chair, especially for that reason, and maintain a culture of mutual respect. So there is an official statement related to this on the National Academy's website that you can read. For a bit of background, the National Academies is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that is the nation's preeminent source of expert, evidence-based, and objective advice on science. Many of you may know that it was originally formed under the presidency of Abraham Lincoln, asking for input from science into decision-making. And we inform policy with evidence, spark progress and innovation, and confront challenging issues for the benefit of society. So this committee, and we have most of our members here, there's a couple online, is focused on enabling the Department of Energy's regional energy water demonstrations. It's entirely funded by DOE's Water Power Technologies Office. And this is our official task statement. An expert committee to outline visions and programmatic elements that could bolster the design and success of DOE's regional energy water demonstrations. The expert committee will deliberate and provide conclusions and recommendations related to the following questions. The first one has to do with what criteria should we use for selection of demonstrations? And I want you to pay particular attention to what it says here, because we are going to have a conversation about criteria coming up. But in the statement of tasks, the criteria that they suggest are geographic area of the region, main characteristics of the industrial, residential, commercial, and agricultural issues within the region, the relative complexity of those issues, level of stakeholder and community interest in energy water issues in the region, and the potential to contribute to the development and deployment of solutions. So those may all have to be sort of traded off against each other in some cases. And then how can existing and complementary activities, resources, and capabilities of other national entities be leveraged? Then how can they best engage these demonstrations with diverse stakeholders and develop and deploy solutions for energy management, energy water management, and climate resilience? And what are the near and long-term impacts of regional energy water demonstrations, and how would you evaluate them? So starting with the timeline, our report is expected in 2026. We are not saying what month of 2026. The committee will be hosting several in-person meetings like this one for information gathering in different parts of the country. We encourage you to watch for announcements for these gatherings. The next one will be in Oklahoma City. The date is still TBA, but that's where we're going next. The next slide shows the committee membership, which is comprised of 14 amazing volunteers. Most of them are here today. I believe Emily Grubert and Pei Zhu are actually online today, but everyone else is physically present. And as I think you've already heard in their introductions, we have an amazing array of people involved from both academia and private sector, NGO, public sector groups. So I'll just introduce to you initially what our agenda is going to be. So we'll be starting out with a presentation from Catherine Zitch from the I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, Georgia Water Planning and Policy Center. That's after we have the conversation I mentioned before about the criteria. And then we will have lunch, and we have an hour break for lunch. And then we are going into several sessions. The first one on water management for energy production and municipal water supply. And the second one, water for an evolving energy mix. We will adjourn at 5 o'clock. And I guess from this point forward, I'll just open it up and see if any of you have questions about the agenda before we move on. Anything you're wanting clarification on. And one of the things we really wanted to emphasize was we've been told that we should kind of be focusing on the sort of end game of the whole technology timeline, meaning going towards the large scale demonstrations and the at scale deployment rather than the early timeframes for R&D. So I thought we would maybe mention that. So this red box is actually not where we would want it. We need to be looking at more large scale demonstrations and at scale deployment. And then tomorrow we have session 3, which is energy water for industrial growth. And then we'll be engaging in a prioritization exercise together, and then lunch and adjourn. I think that's it for right now. Okay, so any questions before we proceed with this? We're going to have just a bit of a conversation about criteria, and I'd really like you all to be thinking about how we should think about picking demonstrations and developing demonstration projects, how we can inform DOE's choices. And I'll ask our panel to jump in here as well. Obviously, there's a lot of trade-offs when you are trying to identify the appropriate place to go, the appropriate technologies to deploy, the ways to engage with stakeholders. So we're interested in your perspective on, should this be focused primarily on solving existing energy water problems? Should this be focused primarily on dealing with new technologies and helping them enter the market? What's your perspective on the criteria that our committee should be thinking about? That is one of our deliverables, and we're interested in knowing where you're coming from. So I'll open it up and see if any of you have any initial thoughts about that. And feel free, don't be shy. It's your opportunity to put good ideas on the table, and we have people taking notes, and look forward to your conversation. So any thoughts? Yes, and please say your name again as you speak. Thank you.
This is nothing profound, but my name is John. And would it be possible to go back to the criteria slide?
Sure.
I don't know if you're sending those out, or that slide out.
No, the criteria. It's actually in our charge. So the criteria I think that you're referring to are in our charge. First bullet, and these are just examples. These are not the only ones we're supposed to consider, but among them are these. Yes.
So I'm Catherine Zitch, and you said my name properly, for which you got an award, because nobody ever does. I like to say to people, Zitch rhymes with
Rich.
Just starting out on what I see, and by the way, thank you all for volunteering. And I'll talk a little bit, I think on the intro presentation, about why we're in Georgia talking about water energy nexus when it rains a lot here. But some of the things I see is we're at this new stage in Georgia where we know there's this interconnection and we're stressing our resources, but we don't necessarily know push pull and what some of the alternatives are to be forward thinking and progressive and solving problems collectively, as opposed to solving a water problem, solving an energy problem, and then realizing you created the opposite end, right? And so I know that that's a big picture thing, and we're talking about a little bit more local solutions. I saw your box on the scale. But some of it, I think, is what are the opportunities in the water sector? And some of you have heard me say this. What are people, so I work with utilities a lot. We're very disjointed and we're very interested in running our system. And we don't necessarily look at what the bigger opportunities are. So it's making some of those linkages, whether that's, and I've read the stuff, desal, which is interesting for Metro Atlanta, 200 miles from the coast, or decentralized wastewater treatment, or, you know, it's the linkage that we could use help with, knowing that there's that push-pull between water and energy. I hope that makes sense. Otherwise, you're gonna hear me say it again and you'll move on to the next presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. So that context is a critical point. You know, we can look at these issues from tiny scales all the way up to global scales. But I think the point you're making is there are trade-offs at every scale, and the trade-offs interact with each other. So if we fail to acknowledge that, we're gonna miss a big part of the energy water nexus. Is that how you would?
That's exactly right.
Okay.
And you can't assume water people think about it. Forgive me to any water person on the panel who thinks about it all the time. Broadly, I don't think we do.
I think you're absolutely right. So that's a great, wonderful context setting point. Other people want to put some important piece of advice on the table here, or a random suggestion relating to criteria. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Lilith Yegiazarian. I'm at the University of Cincinnati. And I've been
Speak up just a
working.
tiny bit because the people in the sky can't hear.
Okay, I can stand up so I can project like
Thank
an
you.
opera singer. If I sing, you will be sorry. Anyway, so I lead an NSF project called the Water and Energy Nexus Open Knowledge Network that is piloting in the Ohio River Basin, but is built to scale to the contiguous United States.
Wow.
So I would love to volunteer the Ohio River Basin as one of the examples of where we can study various use cases. And there are several reasons for that. Reason number one, you have the river that runs across the entire basin, and that is creating a fabric for the water and energy nexus. If you look at the map, we have a lot of power plants that are right on the river that get their resources from the barges on the river, and they discharge the water into the river. So there is a lot of this nexus already built because of this geographic connection. Now, you can study the nexus at a multiple scales. You can study it in the scale of an individual house, where we look at whether we should use cold water or warm water. How do we balance that water and energy expenditures at the scale of a house? You can go to the scale of municipalities and utilities, and then you can scale up to the entire basin where the problems are completely different, yet they're interconnected through this hierarchy of scales. Apart from the these geographic connections and the scaling, there are also other factors that could contribute to that. For example, the entire basin is in the state of change because the coal resources are being diminished, and there is this transition to other types of energy. And it's kind of grassroots because of these different changes in the availability of different resources. The workforce is also changing because most people that have been developing the water and energy resources over the last 50 years are now retiring. So we need a different type of workforce that is familiar with digital technologies and harnessing the power of data that would take place, that would take the place of the retired people. And finally, there is a lot of social movement. For example, there is the Ohio River Basin Caucus that is a bipartisan caucus, and we are now developing a report that will go to asking for congressional funding for the basin. The basin has got zero federal funding as opposed to Great Lakes or Chesapeake Bay, so there is a movement for that. And there is also the Ohio River Basin Alliance, which is a nonprofit that pulled together over 200 organizations from grassroots all the way to federal, state, and federal agencies that are rooting for this change. So you will have a lot of support on multiple levels and a lot of opportunities to have use cases in the basin.
Great. So it would be helpful if you could either provide us with a website or a paragraph or two about this project you've discussed. as far as criteria, I'm gonna pull back from your suggestion to the criteria I think you were suggesting. So for example, an integrated system across a basin of water and energy might be one of the criteria. Another might be existing partnerships. There may be others. I'm sort of driving around behind your suggestion to look at the criteria that could have led you to that point.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
So we work in the R&D organization at Southern, and we support Georgia.
And the we is, who are
Oh,
you?
sorry, Jeff Wilson, sorry.
Yes.
So we support all of our operating companies, and I guess I would want to reiterate what you said, which is a lot of times with these kind of groups, I think the focus is on a little too early of the TRL to be useful to us. And I don't think you necessarily have to ignore everything in a low TRL, but have maybe just a pretty rigorous screening criteria on those. But I just did want to make the point that we do like to see things that are a little further along to be useful to us. Otherwise, these things just don't get there in time. So Rebecca will talk more about sort of our ideas and needs later, but I did want to just reiterate that point.
Okay, great, yes.
Rebecca Osteen, Southern Company. I'll just build off of that. If you're using certain criteria to evaluate the demonstrations and choosing different projects, I think two key things is one, to make sure that you've got the industry engaged and partnered with on the demonstration on the project, the people that are actually gonna be operating whatever technology is deployed, so that there's not a disconnect there. And then I think the second is costs. Like, we have to make a business case for deploying these technologies or these different demonstrations. And so I think it's really important to provide sort of a vision on how you would reach cost parity for a technology or for a demonstration. And just making sure that industry can make a business case for getting this deployed in the real world.
So when you talk about costs, you're talking about not the cost of the demonstration project itself, but rather a way of at least clarifying what the true costs are for potential actual users of the technology?
That's right.
Great. I think I saw another hand.
I was gonna
Yeah.
ask what TRL was,
Oh.
but we had a side conversation. Now I know it's technology readiness level, so
Yes.
I'm gonna use that in my presentation.
Yeah, that was actually a surprise to me to hear that DOE was a little more interested in the more ready rather than the early nascent stages. So that's an important thing for us to understand. So other criteria, I mean, if you were given this assignment to help us figure out, where and how we should suggest that there be such demonstrations, where would you start with criteria? And committee, you're welcome to jump in too.
I could talk
Yes.
all morning and I don't need to, but I do like whoever put existing partnerships up there.
Mm-hmm.
Because one thing I've found from this conversation, just that we've had in the last 2 months leading up to this, is it's getting people in a room where we're making connections. Like, there's a place to have the conversation that if we weren't doing this, we have to start from scratch. And so I do like the idea of, you have to have a place to stick it, right? And have people that are ready to come to the table. I think that's important.
And do you think, well, just to play devil's advocate a little bit, if there's an existing partnership, do they need help from a DOE type laboratory or demonstration project? Or is there an other side of the coin, which is there are inadequate numbers of resources and partnerships in an area? Is that also a reason, or you think not?
Well, so the way I think of it, having somewhere to have the conversation is important. But at least in the Southeast, we need help from DOE because we don't know all the different things that are out there. There's not the energy water nexus
Mhm.
collaboration and sharing of information that DOE people would have a bigger vision of than folks locally. So it's like the advantage of having a place to have the conversation combined with expertise that the locals wouldn't know is even a conversation. The TRL, let's say.
We've been joined by a couple of people who didn't introduce themselves. Could you just say your name and affiliation, please? I think the two of you in the back.
My name is Leah Lord and I'm with the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority, so I'm with the State Energy Office.
Great, thank you.
Jennifer Walty, I serve as the Assistant Branch Chief in EPD's Watershed Protection Branch for the Georgia Environmental Protection Division.
Thank you for being here. Okay, you're being uncharacteristically quiet.
I've got one.
Okay, great.
So given that we're talking about slightly more mature technologies, up the TRL scale, I would ask the Southern Company folks and other people, have you done any work with the commercial adoption readiness tool from DOE or anything more along the lines of having something more commercially available? How do you think about screening technologies as they start to mature into something that's ready to scale? What do you have thoughts on that? How do you think about evaluating an opportunity it may not be the first of a kind, but it's fairly new? How would you think about adopting it or not?
So a lot of times we will pilot a technology independently at one of our facilities or something like that to get a better understanding of the performance and the application for our company. And then from there, we can make technology recommendations. We can talk with our operating companies to decide whether, that's a good investment decision for us.
So interest from the local utilities in a particular, or in experimenting with the solution would be a criteria.
That's right. Yeah, we work very closely with the operating companies and other stakeholders to make sure that, we're working on solutions that are appropriate.
I think from Southern Company standpoint, we've always tried to learn by doing. We would like to believe that there's a technology solution out there for whatever it is that we're chasing. And then we're going to try to find something better, right? We're going to try to replace what's on the shelf with something better. We're going to try to do that very methodically, by scaling up as we go. We're not going to jump from, say, a 1 megawatt scale to 100 megawatt. We try to go 1 to 10 to 100. So we would try to go through that bench scale to pilot scale to demonstration. So that's sort of our way of doing things. I don't know if that answers your question, but
I think it's helpful. I mean, part of what we're trying to do here is think about how to set up a demonstration program that is convincing, that it would, at the end of doing whatever demonstration, people will be convinced one way or another, but they will be able to make a decision about that given technology, as opposed to saying, oh, I wish I had more information.
right. So like, for example, we are working now with DOE on building a demonstration plant to recover rare earth elements from coal ash. And we've done that at the pilot scale. Now we're going to scale up and do it at the demonstration scale. And the requirement's going to be that needs to feel, look, smell, whatever, like a commercial system. So we're going to de-risk the technology by doing that on one of our sites, such that we think we're commercially ready, 5 years from now.
Great. So in the back row, yes.
Yes, I'm Catherine. Our organization works with 10 different states in the Southeast, so we have kind of a big picture of what's happening. And what I'm seeing is that there is a lot of innovation that happens with the large cities. They are okay with taking some level of risk. And then there are the very small rural communities that don't have the density and the resources to really do kind of projects that we might be talking about today. But there's this spectrum of in-between cities that are somewhat forgotten. And I think it would be interesting to look at mid-sized cities and see what their needs are. And maybe in terms of scaling also, that's a good starting point to then deploy that into a larger agglomeration.
So would you think, for example, that capacity is actually one of the criteria and that we might want to suggest demonstrations in places that have different levels of capacity Or are you saying specifically focus on the middle level of capacity?
My thought is to focus on the middle. In my work, I mostly work with federal funding, and I see that there's resources for the big cities and the rural, and there's just nothing in between. I like the idea of having different scales as well, but I'm really seeing a need for places like Columbus, Georgia, or Macon.
Great. Thank you. That's a great point. You had your hand up?
I think a colleague from the Ohio Valley inspired, kind of teasing out some things, and whoever created the new word energy water, I think pulling that apart, there are regions, Ohio Valley, I would say the same is true here in the Atlanta region, where we're doing both energy initiatives, DOE funded energy initiatives, and simultaneously, but not connected at all, different regional water initiatives. And so maybe a strong criteria, again, pulling apart a few things here, but finding the places where there is both existing energy research efforts going on, research and initiatives around water, where you can kind of leverage both of those. I think there are probably plenty of places where one and not the other is occurring, but there are some places where perhaps kind of the moment is right to bridge between the two, and it's not happening without some further effort to do so.
I'm wondering what you all think in terms of either existing or potential conflict being a criterion. And what I mean about that is not like political conflict, but what I mean is where the energy system and the water system are sort of heading for some kind of collision or actually causing friction or conflict sort of in terms of priorities. Should that be a criterion? And if so, how would we address that? Because obviously it's a little touchy. Anybody have ideas about that? Yes.
Very suggestion. So at the very least, we should look at water rich and arid areas to begin with.
Water
because
regions,
Water rich
a water
regions
reach.
versus arid.
Okay. A water rich, I'm so sorry.
Water rich.
Okay, got it.
And then take into account that the conflicts that exist or don't exist now may change in the future. For example, in the Ohio River Basin, we have a lot of water now, but we know looking into 50 to 100 years from now, there is going to be a lot of areas where there is not going to be enough water.
Mhm.
So kind of look at conflicts now. And I think having a conflict in place now is really interesting because these are the most challenging things that we can address. But also look into projections into the future as to where those tensions may arise and how can we build for resilience and redundancy now so that there is no problems moving into the future.
So one criterion from that could be either anticipated change having to do with demography or climate or economics or availability of water and energy. But change being the criterion, but also starting with existing problems where we actually know what the issues are, maybe towards future solutions kind of thing. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I like this suggestion. I think if you're thinking about future change, prioritizing areas where maybe we're seeing large institutional shifts, right?
Okay.
So large kind of paradigm shifting policies. Thinking Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in California, net zero or really stringent renewable energy goals at a state level. These I think identifying areas where future energy water challenges are likely to be very different because of these changing institutional structures is pretty critical.
So that's a giant can of worms that you just opened. So I guess how would you use that as a criterion? Like maybe selecting one where we're in the process of major institutional change, such as the California Water Management Act, or are you suggesting that we anticipate future?
I think the former, right? Existing policies that are in place that are maybe still they're being negotiated or implemented at a nascent stage, but things that are in the queue.
Sure. That's a challenge and a really good idea. Kurt, did you?
A lot of those kind of policies tend to internalize externalities and make it so that a cost benefit case can be made. So that's the kind of place where demonstrations can actually scale up because they can be revenue positive a lot of times. They'll have an easier time of making themselves fundable in a place like that oftentimes.
I would like you to explain that more.
So if there's an energy benefit to be made at the cost of a water harm,
Okay.
If there's a new policy that says you can't do that without paying some sort of tax or something like that, in that, wherever that law is passed, then there are new projects that can be made that will avoid some of the trade-offs that are now more easy to justify, in a profit-making business or in a public service business that still has to keep its rates low, kind of.
So among the criteria would be looking for places where regulatory changes may be changing the economics of the water energy interface.
Yes.
Got it. Yes.
Can I suggest a framework of thinking about it is, as an engineer, I think of balances. So I'm thinking water and energy balances. What is the balance now in different places? And what are the things that are forcing this balance to change? And those could be climate-based or policy-based. So what are the extraneous factors that are gonna throw this water energy balance off balance?
Mhm.
If we think that way, then we can kind of create a framework of thought around that issue and pick the places where we see this imbalance quite big.
Okay.
And then look towards balancing it. And then
Great.
cost benefit analysis would be another kind of word that I would throw into that framework. What is the cost and benefit analysis of modifying things in the balance?
Of course, the cost benefit analysis works much better on some topics than others, but sure, go ahead.
Pete Kwiatkowski with the Water Management District in South Florida. So I feel like, and maybe all of you have been talking about this previous to this meeting, but I feel like I'm coming in ice cold to it. It seems like you guys have already figured out that there's some sort of problem we're trying to solve because you've determined that we need to have a demonstration project of some kind. So can someone enlighten me, what exactly is the problem statement that we're trying to solve with the demonstration project that you're talking about, trying to develop criteria?
Well, I will start and then I'll turn it over to our trusty National Academy staff. So first of all, the we that you're addressing is a bunch of volunteers from all over the country who didn't pick the problem statement. It was basically written by the Department of Energy in combination with conversations at the National Academies. And the problem, I'm not sure it's a problem statement so much as it is a scope of work. The scope of work involves helping the Department of Energy figure out where and how demonstration projects should be built at the intersection of the water and energy system, or that illustrate the nexus. Obviously, that could be, giant projects or tiny projects, but obviously what they're talking about is an investment of at least some federal resources, possibly in combination with others, to build such demonstrations, in theory related to technology transfer for solving problems at the water energy interface. And there are many of them. I'll give you a couple of examples. I'm from Arizona. We see all kinds of issues where cooling water is coming at the expense of drinking water, or we're looking at importing water from the Sea of Cortez. We're using desalination, and that's going to require tons of energy to increase our water supply. I don't know if that's helpful at all to give you a visual for it.
It's helpful. I'm not all the way there. I'm not all the way where I need to be to have more insight in.
Yeah, but we're not here to convince you of anything. This isn't our, yeah. But Margaret, you wanna?
I'll just say, I think we're looking for cases in which demonstrations might be helpful, and in this case in the Southeast. So We have not yet identified the problem, so that's why we'd like to talk to you all in this region. Where do you see these two systems colliding? And might a technology demonstration be helpful?
But is it to optimize, like to get the maximum energy at the least water use or?
That would be one criterion. That would be a criterion we could use to optimize the energy water use. Like minimize energy, minimize water to get the same level of societal benefit. But if you don't take into account social, economic, environmental, other components of that, you might well optimize and have lots of negative externalities. So I don't know if that helps. We've been joined by one more person. Could you say who you are and who you're with?
Hey, so sorry I'm late. Kelly Cutts, I'm a project manager with the Georgia Environmental Finance Authority.
Great, thanks for being here. So we only have a few more minutes, so if you want to influence our criteria or make us think in a more reasonable way, now's your chance. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna throw something out there and just gonna gauge the room in terms of should we be looking at the audience. This is a demonstration project. Are we demonstrating to politicians, investors, ratepayers, board, researchers, or some combination? Or is there a way that we should prioritize? That's a open-ended.
It's a great question. And then are there people in line who wanted to ask questions and haven't had a chance? I can't see you or.
Yeah, there's someone online, Ben.
Yeah.
I don't know, you can unmute.
Yeah, so this is Ben Moulton. I'm from the state of Tennessee, Office of Energy Programs, but also the National Energy Security Committee co-chair for the energy offices at NASIO. And thank you for letting me participate virtually. But I wanted to also add that I think I'm the one that put in there about resilience and mitigation. I think any demonstration project that gets towards that nexus, a lot of what I do is help respond after energy emergencies, and that's dealing with water and wastewater systems that are impacted by the increasing disasters that we see. And so I think any demonstration project that can also show the benefits of resilience or mitigation, or being able to mitigation is very, very hard to prove, but it is something that's very important to the sector. And when that can be demonstrated, opens up a lot more funding options a lot of times for water and wastewater plants that are interested in this. And so I think that factor, as well as if it's possible from an energy security standpoint to also include any benefits for other critical infrastructure that are interdependent on this nexus, like a hospital or a 24-hour facility in a community. I think that would be very beneficial to the project's demonstration and also scalability. You know, if you've got part of it that's small and is a mitigation action like elevating utilities that can be more easily replicated in incremental space. So if the scalability isn't just from small to large, but also how can you get to that scalability of we could do it in phases for some water plants, so that they can make longer term plans to do a similar project, but then maybe they could only do this phase this year. I think that would also be important criteria. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Can you just clarify what you mean by resilience and mitigation? Because resilience often is used in the context of managing emissions as well as managing risk. Or are you really thinking about this in the risk management hazard mitigation space? Where are you coming from on this resilience / mitigation?
Sure, that's a good clarity. It gets thrown around a lot lately. And that's a word we hear a whole lot, even in commercials at this point. So resilience is the ability to bounce back stronger, in my mind. But in this specific case, yes, having to do with hazard mitigation and being able to resist and bounce back from potential impacts from disasters. So it's managing that risk.
Got it. Okay. I see one hand over here.
I just wanna not follow up on that comment, sorry, though I am in favor of resilience.
Most of us are.
Just well, that's good to know.
I think it's in his title, but
The self-promotion. The concept of audience and just thinking about a partner opportunity that isn't on the board, you know, non-utility private sector. I can't remember the last time I went a whole morning without someone talking about data centers. Clearly, that's a big issue, opportunity thing here in the Southeast and other parts of the country. Is there an opportunity to identify willing private sector industrial partner that is squarely at the center of the energy water nexus challenge demand that would be, you know, again, that kind of builds off of all these things and in addition is a partner that can kind of help demonstrate.
Great. Well, I think we're running low on time for this conversation, but that went really well. We got a lot of very good ideas from all of you. If you have additional ideas while you're here, please just talk to one of us and get it written down or send us an email. I think there's a National Academy's comment location that we'll share with you. But I'm now going to introduce Catherine Zich, which rhymes with Rich, and she is from the Georgia Water Planning and Policy Center. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we look forward to your comments.
whoever typed energy water should have typed water energy, just. All right, first I'm going to point out this slide. I did not create this fancy thing. PowerPoint did it for me, right? Which meant it took my presentation and uploaded it into the, data center somewhere, and then kicked back out this slide for me to use for your benefit, and probably used 15 gallons of water along the way in the processing of it. And yet I use it anyway now everywhere I go because I feel like I have to make value out of that. It's not 15 gallons, but out of that liter of water I used to create the slide without even asking for it, right? A little bit about me, just as context. Catherine Zich, rhymes with Mitch. I'm a water person, right? That's like now excited to be here because I know we have a water energy problem, and it's nice to be in a space in which we can talk about the water energy nexus because it's bringing people together in a way that I don't think we've seen, at least in Georgia, in a while. And I have great Georgia Power friends and great Southern Company friends and EPRI friends now because of conversations that have been going on, but just in this very short time. I'm an engineer by trade. Go Clemson Tigers for what it's worth. I know most of you are not from the Southeast, but I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. I'm a Clemson grad, even though I now work in Georgia. And I spent roughly 16 years just doing engineering, water engineering work. About 11 years ago, I went to work for the Atlanta Regional Commission, which was a happy water planning job, was what it was supposed to be. And I was looking at how we can be water conservation oriented in Metro Atlanta. So a lot of the things that I'll talk about are Metro Atlanta oriented, just from spending 11 years there. I recently left and joined the Policy Center because I know we have bigger statewide water issues, water energy issues, and we need to be working at a level beyond just local governments. So I'm a water utility, water person. Thank you to all of the esteemed panel who have joined us today. Hopefully I can set a little bit of stage about what Georgia and the Southeast looks like and why you're in a very rainy state talking about energy water nexus, even though, we think that only out west has such issues. So just as context, we do have water planning here in Georgia. We have 11 water planning regions. Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District is that one, I might have a thing, yeah, right there. The Georgia legislature formed the Metro Water District back in 2001 because we had to plan across boundaries. We couldn't just look at water in our own cities and counties, but we needed to look at the bigger picture. They called it the Metropolitan North Georgia Water Planning District because they didn't want to put the word Atlanta in the name because people that are in the exurbs don't want to be part of the Atlanta. They also created that annoying acronym so that we couldn't say MINGWIPTA, which means that I say it anyway, just to spite the legislature. And I understand that this is being recorded, and I hope that I don't regret saying that. It's very nonpartisan though. The Metro Water District, so we're sitting basically in the center of that, in that purple area. Those are basins, those are river basins that you're looking at, which is to say the Metro Water District is at the top of all of the basins. So we really do have to, we have a small water supply, we really do have to think about water planning. But we also have issues in other places in the state. We have saltwater intrusion in coastal Georgia. We're working on ag efficiency in Southwest Georgia, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. The other thing that goes on here, and I know that this is a partnership, I think, it started with DOE and Bureau of Rec. Because you Western states all think of Bureau of Rec as your water supply source, right? Your water supply agency. Here in Southeast region, we look at the Corps because the Corps is the one that operates reservoirs for water supply here in Georgia, right? And for a lot of other purposes, and they're shared. So even though we're in this small watershed, we share this water with our downstream neighbors and have to address it appropriately because it's not our water, it's our water, big, right? So we have to think about how we interact with the Corps and our downstream neighbors and be responsible. When we talk about booming, when I left my little engineering bubble and went to the Atlanta Regional Commission, Metro Atlanta, the MSA, this is 15 counties, this map, by the way, the MSA is 29. The Metro Atlanta MSA was 9th largest in the country. That was in 2013. It is now 2025, and we are the 6th largest in the country, which is to say we are booming. And I'm sorry, I don't know Lee Ellenberg yet. Lee's from Alabama. Part of this is Bama Rush, and I don't know how many of our esteemed panelists pay attention to Bama Rush, but Bama Rush is all about rushing a sorority at the University of Alabama. It made people in the Northeast go, kids in the Northeast go, wow, it's cold here. And look at the fun they have at the University of Alabama. I'm gonna move south, right? So part of it is that, right? It's just the natural tendency of any 18-year-old wanting to participate in Bama Rush. They also go to Georgia Tech or the University of South Carolina or the University of Tennessee, but we do have this mass influx of especially Northeastern college kids coming this way. But that's like just a piece of it, right? And their parents move and their grandparents move. It's also economic development. We are booming. Georgia is, for the, I think, 13th year running, the #1 state to do business. We tout it everywhere we go. People are moving to Georgia and Atlanta is booming. But we weren't built from a water perspective to have this growth. So this is transportation. We're a transportation town. And I know all of you didn't study Georgia history growing up, except to maybe know that we were the 13th colony. The capital was originally in Savannah, right? And when we moved it, this is the 5th location of the capital, Atlanta. It was called Terminus, and it was called Terminus because it's where the railroads came together. Atlanta is here because it's a railroad town, not because of the massive water supply we have, or because somebody thought this should be 6 million people. It's because we're a railroad town that then turned into still a transportation hub, right? We have the Savannah port. It's one of the biggest ports in the country, industrial, logistics. This is the Atlanta airport, which I bet many of you flew through yesterday. Hopefully you thought about how amazing it was and you rode the train going, this is the most amazing airport I've ever been in, considering it is the busiest airport in the world. I'll give you a hint, by the way, which is a non sequitur. But if you see the runways up top, they're all parallel. One of the reasons why the Atlanta airport has been so successful is the runways do not cross. And so you can land more planes and take off more planes in any given minute than anywhere else. But we're a logistics town. Like, we are not a water town. We are all about transportation, roads, railroads, ports. So this is what our water supply naturally looks like. Lots of little creeks. 98% of our water supply in Metro Atlanta is from surface water, which is to say we are very dependent upon lakes and rivers and creeks and water supply reservoirs and rainfall. 80% of that water that serves Metro Atlanta, 6 million people, is coming from the 2 Army Corps reservoirs on the north side of our region and the rivers downstream, right? So we are very dependent on the Army Corps of Engineers operated and shared reservoirs for our water supply, which is also, by the way, hydropower. People don't look at this and think water supply, they look at this and they think hydropower. The Army took the, in the 40s when they were talking about reservoirs, they took the two best sites because we're not dumb as engineers who plan things. And so they picked the two best sites and they put the two reservoirs, Lake Lanier, Allatoona Lake, and those are, we can't come back now and build equivalent reservoirs because those sites were taken by the Army. And then, like I said earlier, those sources are shared. So the Apalachicola Chattahoochee Flint is that green system. There are 5 Army Corps reservoirs. On that darker green is the Chattahoochee River. We are right close to it. In fact, we could go on a field trip and you could see the Chattahoochee River and you could notice how small it is, but it is right out, I think it's this way, basically on the property because the Georgia Power Plant here uses the Chattahoochee River as a water supply. 5 Army Corps reservoirs, other Georgia Power reservoirs, and then all of these different purposes, right? The Flint River is that light green river. There are not Army Corps reservoirs on there because the Army Corps planned to build, Congress authorized them. And then Jimmy Carter, who was our governor at the time, and then president, put a stop to them because of the environmental consequences of damming the Flint River. So we don't have the Army Corps reservoirs on the Flint. And then the Alabama Coosa Tallapoosa to the west is another one, which is to say these are all interstate reservoirs. We also have an Army Corps system running down the Savannah River, which is this border between Georgia and South Carolina, which also serves water supply and the port for navigation, all these different purposes, right? The other thing that complicates us for us here in Metro Atlanta, when you flew into the best airport in the world and the busiest airport in the world, if you looked out your window, if you had a window seat and you weren't working or sleeping, there's this little bump out to the north side of Metro Atlanta called Stone Mountain. This is what it looks like from the ground. Stone Mountain is a big stone granite mountain. It's also underneath us, right? And so we don't have access to groundwater here, whereas out west, you think about a lot of the groundwater access. We don't have it here. It's not that I can't go to my house, I live in this county, and drill a well in my backyard and find groundwater and water my lawn. It's that I can't do it for 6 million people. We can find very small pockets of groundwater, but because we have so much granite underneath us, we can't find a reliable supply, which is why it is 98% of our water supply is from surface water, which brings us to floods and droughts, right? We are in that region in which we are just cycling like mad. And this yellow highlight is 2006, 7, 8. You may have paid attention to the news. It feels like a long time ago, but 20 years ago, Metro Atlanta had 30 days of water left. We did not, in fact, have 30 days of water left. We had more than that, but we were in dire straits. And the best way to get people to act is to, make the crisis a month from now. This is when our governor was praying on the Capitol steps, and we were really stressed. And it's because Lake Lanier, our #1 water supply, had dropped so much because of a multi-year drought. So when I think about water planning in Metro Atlanta, we can have as many of these swings that you see at the end here, and it's okay because we refill our lake every time. But Lake Lanier didn't refill. The core reservoir did not refill in 6, 7, 8, and so it just kept dropping, and that's how we had a problem. So when we have a 3-year drought, we are very stressed, which is to say, that's what we worry about, right? Not these flash droughts, but the longer term droughts. And we will have another one. I made the mistake when I was working at ARC of looking at tree ring data. And the tree ring data showed a 20-year drought.
I have an appointment with Dr. Roy though, but I put it on my calendar twice and I need to clarify.
I'm gonna put her on mute. Okay, 20-year drought back in like early, before we had the state of Georgia times. So it's not something that could not happen. We just have to be thinking about it and planning for it. This is the 50s where we had a drought. And then I'll point out these 3 to the right. We're starting to have them more often, but they've been flash droughts, but then they've recovered really quickly. 2016-17 was the driest year on record. 2018 was the second wettest piece. So when we have them packed together, October of 2024, by the way, was the first month ever in Georgia at the Atlanta Airport gauge in which we had 0 rainfall. So in the history of rainfall, it was the first month we did not have any, right? So we're just seeing these changes that are stressing our system. And I really should have pulled a Southeast map, but this is the one I typically use. We can be very stressed up and down the system which just complicates matters. It's not just localized. It's, you know, this also extended into Alabama and then north of us, just big drought. So what do we do in Georgia? We plan, the logo on the left is Georgia EPD, right is the Mingwipta Metro Water District, in which we talk about how to be conservation minded. The Metro Water District has all of these measures that everybody in the region, every city and county has to implement. If they don't implement it, then they don't get a water treatment plan permit. So there are teeth to it. It works magically. Gets me invited to exciting places like please forgive me, Indianapolis, to talk about how the teeth work and how it works so well. By the way, they were added by our legislature the night before the bill passed. It's the best thing Georgia ever did. And adding that teeth was not accidental, but it was like at the end of the process, right before it passed. And that's what makes us work, is the fact that we have those teeth. I'm going to point out, we do toilet rebates, where you'll take a water wasting toilet if you have an old home and replace it with a high efficiency one. We'll give you a rebate on your water bill. I say that because it'll come to bear in a minute. But since 2000, we've decreased our water use over time. This is gallons per capita day. So this is starting at 150 when the Metro Water District started, going to 2019, on to 99 gallons per capita a day. This is not saying that people I do not use 99 gallons per day. You would judge me if I did. This is all water use that's municipal driven, divided by the total population, right? So we have a good story to tell. This is also what makes Metro Atlanta tricky. Our whole goal is to get as much water back into the system as possible. So reuse water that then turns into evaporative cooling that then goes up into the sky, or worse yet, irrigation with reuse water. We don't like it because we're at the top of the basin. So we want to reuse water over and over and over again. In fact, Lake Lanier, you see that Gwinnett intake. Gwinnett is a county here. They spent $1 billion to return wastewater to the lake so that they can use it again and again. That $1 billion includes pumping wastewater uphill. We talk about power costs, that's real. We would never do that again. We would treat the water and pump clean water uphill. But you know, back in 2000, we didn't know any better, so we thought we would pump the wastewater uphill. It was a function of people didn't want a wastewater treatment plant in their backyard. So we put the wastewater treatment plant where the two interstates split, right? So it's right there where nobody lives. Nonetheless, we are pumping wastewater all across Gwinnett County in order to treat it to a high level and put it back in the lake. Same county, same wastewater treatment plant. They're also doing other innovative things, gas to energy, and they have a fats, oils, and grease high strength waste receiving facility. They're showing that they're saving about 40% on their power bill because of this facility. So we are thinking about some of those big picture things, but to the point of like big county, this county is 1 million people. They are really forward thinking and they have the capital to invest, but that needs to be translated to some of the other places that are smaller. The one thing I'll say about water in Georgia is that it's uniting. I can talk to a rural legislator and I'll say, but infrastructure is hard. And they'll talk about, oh yes, the so-and-so town couldn't replace our well. And so we're really struggling with the water system. And then the city of Atlanta had a pipe burst in June and part of the city was out of water for 3 days. So it carries with the urban folks too. Like there is a nice conversation that is going. Just to give you a different example in Georgia, Southwest Georgia is our ag country. This is again, that green basin where we share it with our neighbors. We have a whole lot of surface water and groundwater irrigation wells. And what happens, just so like you understand how interconnected we are, the eastern, that Flint River Basin, if you're pumping for agriculture and you need water during drought, that is not getting into the system, that water is being used. And so it's being supplemented by Chattahoochee River water and therefore Lake Lanier, which is our #1 water supply source. So we are very well aware of how interconnected we are and how water decisions in one place affect the other. In Southwest Georgia, just as a really quick point, we were investing a lot of money in lowering wells deeper. We used ARPA funding from the COVID recovery. The governor put it towards deepening wells for irrigation. We're doing social experimentation on how much you can pay a farmer to not use water when a drought occurs, so he can plant his field and then get paid in reimbursement in order to save water if we have a drought. Because the beautiful thing about Georgia is it rains a lot. So 8 out of 10 years, you're great. We have to figure out what to do with the other 2. And then that brings me to here and why things have changed. We are truly aware at the moment of that energy water nexus, but we're aware at a big picture esoteric level. Not necessarily, like water utilities will worry about their water utility bill and how much they're paying for power, but they're not really thinking about the big picture interconnectedness of it. And it has very much changed here in the last 4 years. Northern Virginia was known as the data center capital of America. It is now Metro Atlanta. We are proud data center people. There's a lot of tax dollars in data centers. They are coming here, and the local governments like them because one data center will give you $18 million in taxes without the need for roads or schools or anything other than it's just a tax base, water and energy, right? That's in land. We in Metro Atlanta, we historically use about 600 million gallons a day of water. That's our footprint. We have one data center that is being proposed in our southwest region that is going to withdraw 6, return 1.5. So $600 million gallons a day is our footprint. This one data center is going to use 4.5 million gallons a day, and that's one data center. We do know about this whole, like you can use closed loop cooling. Those that are doing it, we're trying to educate our water utilities in order to get them in that direction. And the Metro Water District, and I think John Phillips Moore will talk about this a little bit tomorrow, is working in that direction, but then you drive up your energy cost. Your energy usage, right? And so we have this do loop that we just need to get ahead of. The bottom right is green hydrogen. We chased a green hydrogen hub we have a new electric vehicle plant in eastern Georgia, and the idea was to be able to take those vehicles to the port using green hydrogen trucks. That, of course, is water intensive. The port is booming, and the port is booming. Not only is it the port driving growth, but also we have a connection going all the way up to Charleston that's like military, Charleston, South Carolina, aerospace, aeronautical, manufacturing, industrial, water intensive. We have battery plants going in now to build the clean vehicles. And one battery plant I heard this morning was using 3.6 million gallons a day. Again, our footprint 2 years ago was 600. And now we have just these instant one-off, just chunks of water that we need to be thinking about and planning for, which is why I'm excited about this group, right? Because I think it's twofold. One is it's TRLs, which I just learned that term a few minutes ago, and how we can translate that into practice, but also it's the convening of people. So it's like almost like using a project to make just not the impact on what technologies will work, but also the bringing people together in the innovation space and starting a different conversation for moving forward. And I'll leave you with this. This is my last slide. I love working in water in Georgia. The main reason is we have a problem. It wouldn't be as fun to work in water in Georgia if we had plenty and never had to worry about anything. But also we're really good at talking to each other. And so we have these partnerships in place in which we can have real conversations and solve problems by understanding and listening. So that picture on the left, by the way, I had the pleasure of going to the National Carbon Capture Center, which is a research center, just like it sounds like, run by Southern Company in Alabama. But I hung out with there's the water from Georgia EPD, folks from Georgia Power, our Southern Company. We really are starting a conversation about how it all works together. That bottom picture is agriculture land in Southwest Georgia where it impacted mussels. They just put in a habitat conservation plan to address agriculture and endangered species. That's a whole bunch of people, farmers and Georgia Environmental Protection Division, and you see our mussel scientist sitting in the river. That's his favorite place on earth. But coming together and talking about a problem and finding a solution. And then the top right, Apalachicola, Chattahoochee, Flint stakeholders. We have spent 35 years suing each other, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, the Army Corps of Engineers, and we just want to do a different way, right? And so the stakeholders have been working for 10 years together on how do you solve things outside of a courtroom, came up with a plan for sharing. That in its own way led to a settlement agreement between Georgia and Alabama, which is to say, like, there is a way to get people in a room here. And that's why I love working here, because we have challenges. Things have changed instantaneously between water and energy in a way that I think we can create a problem today that we won't know until the drought hits. And then we'll say, oh, shoot, if only we had known. But this conversation helps us highlight that and plan for it. And we can all get together. I don't know how I did on timing.
Good, there's time for questions if you like to see.
I never have questions because I do such a perfect job that nobody ever has anything to ask.
Could you talk a little bit more about the water usage battery plant? I assume that's the battery manufacturing plant.
Yes.
And is there a water quality issue or consumptive or?
I don't know my numbers on consumption on battery plants. I know that there are two things, and one of them is not consumptive. One of them is fire flow. And we have a new plant, we have a new Hyundai manufacturing facility, electric vehicle going into like just east of Savannah, basically. If you drive to Savannah, you will see the plant because they built it in such a way that you can see the cars coming off the manufacturing line. That's 6 million gallons a day, that facility is called a mega site. The 6 million gallons a day, some of it is fire flow for batteries next door. So I'm not gonna have a good answer for you, but I can get a good answer. I just know that the withdrawal point on the battery plant, it's coming out of Alatoona Lake, effectively a core reservoir, is 3.8 million gallons a day. Some of it is fire flow, some of it is manufacturing. Some of it will be returned to the river. Better on data centers.
Yeah, the word that you use when you're describing all those requirements that were placed in the state legislation in order to get things accomplished. So, and I'm just wondering, for large utility, yeah, this one, for large utility, no problem. What happens if you are a small trying to survive? And the reason I'm asking this question because in like 2014, 2016 drought in California, when the governor announced, a statewide water cut, a lot of the unconsolidated water utilities came close to being bankrupt, right? Because selling water was their, the source of income. So I'm just wondering, like, how does this power dynamics plays out between large utilities versus the small one when you have a statewide mandate?
It's a great question, and I'm happy to also talk offline. Big picture, what I'll say is, first of all, these aren't statewide requirements. They are only in the 15 county metro districts. But that does include towns of 1,000 and Gwinnett County, which is 1 million. So it is the whole gamut. In the 6, 7, 8 drought, when we were running out of water, I think utilities realized we have to do something or they won't have water. And when you talk about the finances of it all, running out of water is far, far worse than the associated finances. What happened after that drought is we reset our rates. And so most of the utilities here now have base rates that cover their capital costs and some of their infrastructure, so that what happens in a drought, even more than these measures, the governor will declare a drought and say you can't do outdoor water use, and their revenue decreases, and you end up with this challenge that they've then overcome with rate setting. Though the conservation pricing, the number 2, I will say, is the number 1 thing we did to decrease our water footprint here. The more you use, the more you pay, and it just gives people that price signal in their water bill. So a big piece of it is changing the rates to appropriately address them. But you have to do that when it's raining, because people can't do it. Like, we're cities and counties. Our water systems are city and county based, right? So they're elected official based. So they don't want to raise rates ever. And that is part of the problem, I think, with water infrastructure in general. I am very jealous of my Georgia Power friends who say, well, I have to deal with the Public Service Commission. And I'm like, yes, but you can set your rates accordingly. Water utilities have to deal with elected officials who don't want to raise rates, and you end up with pipe breaks and all sorts of things.
So earlier people were talking about, where are you today? What's going to push you off balance? So on the water side, when you look, I guess I'm curious is when you look at your water supplies, clearly you have droughts. I don't know what your drought planning sequence is. I don't know when you project out future demands, what that will look like. Are you finding that based on whatever drought planning sequence you're using and your future demands, that you have a need for water that can't be met with your existing supplies, which is why you're looking at different technologies to reduce the water use at, say, for example, these data centers?
So I will tell you that 7 years ago, in my job as Metro Atlanta Water, I would have told you we are fine forever. We will be able to decrease our water footprint over time, even with 1 million more people. And by the way, since 2000, we have 1.6 million more people here. We use the same amount of water. It's because of these measures. Like, I would have told you we were good, peace, and I would have been wrong. And it's because of this instant change in the way we use water, data centers, but I think we'll innovate out of data centers. Like, I don't wanna create a panic over data centers when I do think that, A, we already know the answer today, we just have to think it through and actually implement it. But also manufacturing, all these things just have changed the way we use it. But this gets back to, we're innovative here. And this return, like what we use as a drop of water over and over and over again through the system, I think where we haven't really thought through is the energy connection to that. Like, as we pump wastewater back to the lake, is there a better way to do that so that we can reuse the water without having the energy costs over and over again? Like, I think there's some nuances that we're just at this massive change break point in which there are solutions, we just haven't thought them through yet. And it's why I'm excited about this and other conversations, because I think we can think about what are the power sources, how do we use some clean energy, how do we rethink of how we build our infrastructure as we rebuild it. Some of it's 100 years old, in order to save on energy and help with the water system. Does that answer? I got the.
Thank you so much. Those of you who have more questions can nail her during lunch. So we are going to have lunch now. We are going to start up exactly at 1:15, which means that that doesn't mean that's when you start cleaning up your stuff and walk out of here. That means you're sitting in your seat and ready to go at 1:15. Go ahead, grab food, come on back in with it. We'd love it if the panel members could actually sit with people in the audience who you might not know, and just have conversations. So mix it up. And is there anything else I should say? Okay, we're good. Good. So you can all just run for the door simultaneously. No, just filter out there and grab some food and have a nice lunch and conversation. Thanks.
Giving you a whole hour for lunch.
Well,
Yeah, my,
it may
boss-
be that she realized that.
boss resigned this morning
Sorry, really?
I didn't discuss
Oh,
that.
there we go.
Talking
Panel
tomorrow.
lunch in person.
I think,
You know,
so that is, I think, the piece that they're trying to figure out is like they just,
On
you
the-
know,
on the
in
bright
this
side,
last, they
everyone
just
between
redid their
CEO, CFO, and my boss
the next
all
5
the time.
years.
So
Okay.
I've got
Gosh.
great
Are you
time
in
with the
charge
CEO.
Got it. They've got
Got
to
the
figure
board,
out
didn't even know
now,
who I
like,
I was
the
talking to
need
you,
that they
yeah.
had put towards benefits,
my-
like, do you get it or do you
superiors
not
that were-
get it? Or
She's been in her job for like 1 week.
when I was talking to them, they didn't
It
know yet.
was a, Trisha.
Natural hazard.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all gone now.
They're all gone. Yeah.
I was gonna say though, there's, you need to hire, there's gonna be all sorts of
All
people
kinds
that
of
are gonna
guys.
be, yes, they're gonna be great.
So maybe, you know, I've been telling people, because the reorg is just my level. I could get a promotion, I could get fired, anything in between, I have no idea.
Sorry.
Yeah. Wonderful.
It's a great question. I think some may or may not
Together.
On the front,
Yeah, that
that
sounds
sounds
good. I've got like
great.
slides of tea. Sorry about that.
Haven't seen Marta
Unlike
or.
last time.
I'm already, so like here, it's like, this and this, I could talk about this and
I
like,
can
yeah. Like, and I heard today,
That's the way to do
about
it.
this,
So,
Yeah, exactly. Some of that is just ARC.
I'm also just going with what I know, that I know, like.
So our executive director at this is slowly but surely changing flags.
Apparently gonna
Means that to lower records and to more drought. I would argue also
Yeah.
Slides. Okay. So this section is going to focus on emerging issues related to energy production and municipal water supply. We'll begin with our first speaker, Jennifer Welty from the Georgia Environmental Protection.
Good afternoon. I am a stand-in and poor substitute for Anya Trzynski, who's our chief of the Watershed Protection Branch at Georgia EPD. I'm the assistant branch chief, Jennifer, so she regrets she couldn't be here. There is a bill in front of our legislature that needed some weighing in on this morning, or this afternoon. Our agency, the Georgia Environmental Protection Division, consists of some media branches. So I'm with the Water Protection Branch. We also have air and land, as well as district offices throughout the state, and a laboratory. And we're part of the Department of Natural Resources overall. But our director, similar to the commissioner of DNR, reports to a DNR board who's responsible for the different rulemakings that we do as an agency. And ultimately, those two folks, the commissioner of DNR and our EPD director, are appointed by the governor and report to the governor. So just to give you some sense of how our agency is structured. The mission in our branch is to protect and restore our water resources through ensuring clean and safe water. The authorities we have to do that are primarily our permitting programs, both for treated wastewater discharges, whether those municipal, industrial, or even energy sources, and for withdrawal permits for surface water and groundwater. And of course, drinking water permits as well, sorry. So on ensuring safe and clean water, we have delegated authorities from EPA under the Federal Clean Water Act and all the associated regulations. But in Georgia, similar to other states in the Southeast, we have our own Water Quality Control Act, which is least as stringent as the Clean Water Act. So in addition to that delegated authority, we have from our legislature a lot of the authority and regulations that we implement in Georgia. And then we have an Erosion and Sedimentation Act, which I mentioned because that impacts the way that land's developed, protecting the buffers of our state water resources as that development occurs. And ensuring safe and clean water, under those set of law and rules, we set water quality standards for our water bodies, similar to all the other states. We have designated uses. The default is fishing, but we have other types. So there might be water bodies set forth in our water quality rules that are designated for drinking water or for recreation or other types. And then we have different criteria to protect those uses, whether they're numeric or more narrative. And importantly, an anti-DEG policy that's in the federal law and as all states have, recognizes that our waters have a limited ability to assimilate waste. So we want to protect their existing uses and not further degrade them as we go about our permitting processes. We, to assess the status of waters, we have a pretty robust water quality monitoring program. This is just one map. We'll vary it from year to year and also continue to monitor continuous sites as well. We do that so that we can then assess how those water bodies compare to that. How does the data compare to the standards? And like other states, we report on the condition of our waters with respect to water quality every 2 years in a Water Quality in Georgia report, which talks about which rivers or water bodies are meeting uses, their designated uses, or which are not supporting those uses. On the quantity water withdrawal side, we have various state law that are companion to the things that we do on the wastewater side. So our Water Supply Act All these things are really state-led. The Federal Clean Water Act doesn't implicate quantities of water that are used, but we have different state laws, like other states in the southeast, for the types of quantities that are used and what kind of standards we might apply to things like drought protection. We have a specific state law about the Flint River drought and the Groundwater Use Act for groundwater withdrawals. In Georgia, any withdrawal that exceeds 100,000 gallons per day needs a water use withdrawal permit, whether that's from surface water or groundwater. When we evaluate withdrawals, we look at the need for the water, what the safe yield of the water body or water source might be, and then what is the impact of that withdrawal. Those are typically going to be estimates, but we have a lot in Georgia. We have a lot of good science and models built that are calibrated to existing conditions that we can use to do that analysis. And in our state, we have a lot of criteria for that they're companion to getting a withdrawal permit for our agency. So our water users, no matter if they're municipal, industrial, or in some cases thermoelectric energy, might have a water conservation plan in place, or this requirement of their permit, or a drought contingency plan. So there's that other component to it of not just what do you need, what can we provide, but how are you going to be conservative with that water. Catherine showed this map earlier of the river basins in Georgia. There are 14 major river basins, and outside of 4 of them, the rest are either flowing to or shared with our neighbors. So the surface water resources, when we think about their use, we're thinking about that in the context of downstream users. And we talked about the granite that underlies this metro area. We have the fall line, so south of the fall line in Georgia, when you get into the coastal plain, the state's coastal plain, there's much more productive use of groundwater. There are various aquifers that either farmers or cities, municipalities, or industries are drawing from for a decent portion or all of their water use in South Georgia. We talked about, I can't even pronounce that acronym. The Metro District. That's what I have. The Metro Water District. That was the first planning region in Georgia. We do have a state comprehensive water management planning act that created a state water council that's led by the EPD director that went through the process of establishing a state water plan for Georgia. And that plan set forth a regional water planning process that would then be carried out throughout the rest of the state. So that led to those 11 regions that we saw earlier. There's a difference in the way that the other regions plan for water. And there's, unlike the last minute legislative notion to add teeth to the Metro Water District, we have less teeth in the other 10 planning regions. So I'll spend some time talking to you about what they do and the type of information our agency produces and utilizes with the water planning process. The regional water councils throughout the state are appointed by our elected officials, and they're volunteers like you all. And they are really representing the interest of the water users in their region. And that will vary, the type of people that serve on these councils will vary based on where they are and what the primary water use might be in that region. When they go through their planning process, there's technical information, and we wanted to highlight that for you all, that goes into the plans. But when they take that information, which is forecasting water demands, and we go out 40 years because the state water plan in Georgia says we shall go out 40 years into the future. When they think about the forecast of those demands and what the resources can bear, that's the technical information that our agency does. They assimilate that into their regional vision and goals and formulate management practices that are meant to address anywhere that there might be a gap between the demands and the resource, or that they feel would be best practices to be employed in their regions. And those form their regional water plan. Those were last updated in 2023, and we are starting the cycle for the next updates. And that cycle includes us focusing on the forecast for the next year or two on the different water demands in Georgia. We have 4 sectors. I don't know how well you can see those, but in the following slide, you'll see it a little bit better. But we have 4 sectors that we break water use into in Georgia: agricultural, energy, industrial, and municipal. And you can see that they vary. Each time we go through the process, we might have better, newer information. There have been changes. One of the distinctions between these 2 pie charts is the way that the energy water demands were shown. On the left, they were as withdrawals, and on the right was more a consumption basis. So, and I'll show you a little bit more on energy demand later. But we do see steady growth. Each time we go through this process, we are looking out 40 years, so you wouldn't anticipate that water use would stay stagnant or not change. But we will be beginning the forecast process again in the next year or 2. When we look at municipal water demand, we are planning by county basis and then up to the region, those 10 regions. And there are 159 counties in Georgia. But the reason we do counties is that's how we look at population projections as well. So on a municipal water demand forecast, we're looking at how water is being supplied to residents. We are factoring in what % of each county might be served by private wells. And then even from the public side, what's their source, surface water, groundwater. And we also look at returns of that water, which could either be through centralized wastewater systems or septic. For industrial demands, this is a map showing, just by color coding, quantities of, on the left side, water demands for industries. These are representing those that are permitted by our agency, so specifically industrial water users. Some may be smaller users that are supplied by a municipality. This is definitely all those folks who have withdrawal permits for industrial use. And on the right is their discharge. So depending on what region of Georgia you're in, there's some very different variations in the type of water demands that are specific to industries. Agricultural water use is one area where we really have spent and invested lots of state resources into understanding and quantifying. Some of that was driven through the different litigation we found ourselves in, or water wars. But for good planning purposes, the state recognized that we needed to have better information on ag water use. It's a large sector depending on what region. This bar chart shows our projections for what our current water demands and the 3 cycles of planning going from left to right, but it's broken apart by region. So you can see a lot of variation. This is the east half of Georgia, roughly. There's a lot of variation by region of how much water is being used for agriculture. But we have a really robust metering program in Georgia where we take annual readings of meters, actual water use, and we're able to well document the types of crops being grown. We're doing crop modeling projections out in the future of what types might be grown based on commodity prices. And we understand like number of inches being irrigated based on type of crop. We understand the growing season use of water, which varies by month and peaks in the summer. So we're taking those things into account. Our energy sector forecast is primarily, it is only focused on thermoelectric power generation because that's the big water use. With hydroelectric, we're just passing through a dam, so we don't factor that into our energy forecast. And the map shows the locations and varying megawatt sizes of the different power facilities in Georgia. This chart is showing in purple our original forecast back in like 2010. The red is the second time we went through the planning cycle that informed the 2017 plans. And the blue is the latest projections that we did that informed the 2023 regional water plans. And this is a chart of gigawatt hours. So you can see it's important for us to continue our cycle of study and planning for what we think the projected forecast for water demands might be from energy, because even just the projection of the power demands vary. And then historically, our driver for thermoelectric power generation has been the amount of water or the amount of power use per person, and then we have projections in the state of population demand. Well, with the growth in the data centers, that would be one component where we'll have to, for this next cycle of planning and forecasting, figure out how we're going to drive that. What is that driver growth? It might not be power use per person, power use per person plus these other things. So that's the reason we need to continually go through that process and really think about how will water be used, where will it be used, and do we have the resources to sustain that? One more slide about the energy demand. This is the actual results from this last round of planning. Really, the bar graphs are showing withdrawals in blue and consumption in green, and you can see a drop off from 2030 to 2024. In Georgia, that's primarily was a result of estimates of when coal-fired power generating units would be retired, and with many of those converting over to natural gas. I think in this next iteration of planning, we're going to see some change to that. We're, understanding that some of those may be retired later, and then factoring in other types of water use in the power sector. So the regional water plans, there's a lot of technical information in them, but really that local regional prioritization of what should be what are the best practices and what are the things that they are suggesting to the state, or what are the things that we're seeing as being critical needs. Even without the teeth, it really is through state law and our regulations geared towards guiding our permit decisions, GFA's loan decisions, and really reflecting those local challenges or priorities. The monitoring and modeling where the state has that's companion to this planning process is the basis for our permitting evaluations. So there really is that nice connection between the two things. And then one of the areas we wanted to draw your attention or give you a little more information about is our southeast region, the area around Savannah, which is, this is a map of the counties in coastal Georgia. Over, of course, on the right, on the yellow is South Carolina. So we have a shared water resource in the Floridan aquifer. Going several decades ago, there started to be issues with saltwater intrusion centered around Hilton Head Island in South Carolina. And so those states got together, USGS, other partners, and took time to study that, to utilize existing data, but collect additional data to do some modeling as well, to get a handle on what was the scale of that issue and how quickly might it migrate towards the southwest, towards Savannah, all those type of things. And what we took away from that, at least for EPD, is a need to do some HALT, to actually implement some reductions in Floridan use, particularly in these, primarily in these counties that are shown in red or yellow. So that's stop or caution. It's kind of the color coding there back in this plan that we developed. And we know that saltwater intrusion will continue to migrate towards the Savannah area. There's a cone of depression because of the pumping that's concentrated in that region. But the purpose was really to try to slow that down and buy us more time to figure out some other solutions. We do have, Catherine mentioned, a large industrial development that is in this area. It's in Bryan County, which is here shown in yellow. So we did have a lot of state investment and attraction of a big mega site that's down in that area. And for now, they're relying upon some groundwater wells that are drilled over in the green zone outside of this area, because we do have the reductions in place and we're not allowing additional groundwater. But that's meant to be a temporary use, while several of the municipalities in that region are working together for some regional solutions to get other sources, primarily surface water, to that site. But we know there'll be more regional growth that's centered around that development area. And so we really need to work with the council that's down in that region and the different stakeholders to come up with an update to our coastal permitting strategy and plan. That's on the quantity side, and also the Savannah River and Harbor has been under a 5R process. 5R is just a section of the Clean Water Act or regs, I can't remember which is really meant as there is an issue, there's an impairment, in this case it's dissolved oxygen, and we need a plan in place. Typically that's a total maximum daily load, but there's an alternative called a 5R, which is really meant to address that condition. So as there's more development, more surface water use, there's still continuing concerns about water quality. How we'll address that moving forward. That's it for my portion.
Questions and discussion for the panel until the end. So next up, from the Southern Environmental Law Center, Bob Sherrier.
Afternoon, everybody. I'm Bob. I work at the Southern Environmental Law Center here in Atlanta, and I'm a staff attorney. SELC, as we're also known, is a nonprofit, nonpartisan legal advocacy organization that's rooted in the South. And so we have offices in 6 states, from Virginia to Alabama, as well as in DC. I focus on energy policy here in Georgia, but prior to that also worked on water and wetlands protection issues. And so I was excited to get to speak to you all today, because the overlap there, these are often siloed issues and discussions. And so I'm glad that we're all bringing them together. And while I do not have a PowerPoint, and I am going to talk about the challenges and problems with data centers, I promise I'm not a Luddite. Pause for laughter. This is a big topic today, and personally, I'd say my first experiences with the energy water connection, although I didn't know it at the time, where I grew up on West Point Lake, which is the first impoundment downstream of Atlanta on the Chattahoochee River, so just downstream from here. And it does provide hydropower, but also growing up, mostly because we were downstream from Atlanta, everybody knew you did not want to drink the water in that lake. And I guess that brings me to sort of one of the key things I wanted to get across, and we are not unique in this way, but Georgians want clean water that's fishable and swimmable and drinkable, and that depends on both water quality and quantity. So electricity generation requires large amounts of water to cool thermoelectric power plants. And this is water that is largely consumed in the cooling process and then unavailable for downstream uses. The volume of water that's needed by the electric power sector is not just a function of the total amount of electricity required. The way in which electricity is generated makes an enormous difference. And different electricity production pathways can have very different implications for water use. So higher demand for electricity means a greater need for power generation. Meeting that demand with nuclear or coal or methane gas or solar energy will result in very different water use profiles for our state, depending on where those things are used. And with the projected massive increase in demand from data centers, so it's been alluded to a couple of times today, but to say it, Atlanta is now the top market for new data center construction in the country. The number and size of the projects, I mean, if all of them came, it would double the amount of power we need in the state, even
just the ones that have signed contracts to come, we're looking at a 50% increase in the amount of generation that we need in just the next couple of years. And so the energy decisions that we're making today and over the next few years will impact our ability to address climate change for decades to come. The current proposals to meet that demand, it's almost entirely fossil fuels. There's a proposal to extend the life of our 2 remaining coal plants in the state for another decade. There's also, we're expecting to see in the middle of this year up to 8 gigawatts of new methane gas power plants to be constructed in the next couple of years. These investments would lock us into fossil fuel use for many, many years to come. And it does threaten Georgia's water resources, but there's alternate paths forward is what I hope this committee will consider, these alternate paths that can substantially mitigate that risk. And so on quantity, Georgia is often considered water rich, but as Catherine mentioned this morning, Atlanta and the hotspot for data centers is not in a water rich area of the state. We sprawl across the tops of multiple river systems and that drain into both the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. And as was mentioned before, Georgia has experienced significant droughts in recent years, and climate change is expected to increase the frequency and severity of droughts. We'll also see changes in precipitation patterns with larger, wetter, more frequent rainfall events. And the implication for Georgia's water resources include both more flooding during extreme events and the potential for more drought. Not to mention it will turn up the heat, which will require more air conditioning, which will require more energy, which will require more water. Here in Georgia, almost all of our water withdrawals for thermoelectric facilities are from surface waters. I think it's like over 99%. While the water withdrawals themselves have decreased in the last couple of decades, as was just mentioned, due largely to the retirement of the once-through cooling systems at the older coal plants, including here, actually. Plant McDonough, where we're at, was a once-through coal plant until, I think, 2008. But as those have switched to gas generation, the amount of water withdrawals have decreased. The consumption has not, and in fact, I think has increased in recent years for a number of reasons. And more than withdrawal, consumption is what affects the amount of water left in the streams for other uses. In 2018, SCLC and the South-Based Institute commissioned a report called The Water Energy Nexus in Georgia, which estimated that cooling power plants consumed about 153 million gallons per day. This was in 2015. I will note that the new Plant Vogtle nuclear units have increased that number. Nuclear power consumes the most water per unit of energy at nearly 800 gallons per megawatt hour. Of course, it does not emit greenhouse gases, so there are a lot of trade-offs in these discussions. Nuclear is followed by coal at 500 gallons per megawatt hour and methane gas at 200. And it's hard to generalize for hydropower because you need, evaporation rates and things like that. But clean energy resources like solar and battery storage and energy efficiency don't require water in that way at all. Although some utility scale solar sites have had stormwater runoff issues, it's not an inherent feature of the energy resource, is my point. Our report found that at that time, an increase in the state's energy efficiency performance to a modest 0.8% of retail sales would have resulted in a reduction by 2050 of 28 million gallons per day of consumption. So you use less energy, consume less water. And for context, at that time, it was the equivalent of the consumptive use of Gwinnett and Rockdale counties municipal water systems, which were serving more than 860,000 people. Reductions in energy demand through various efficiency and conservation programs have the benefit of permanently reducing demand, thereby avoiding the need for costly new generation investments and their associated water use, carbon emissions, and other air and water emissions. But this interaction is playing out in a slightly different way in Georgia right now, but in the current Georgia Power Integrated Resource Plan, this is just, I guess, a policy point right now, how it's working. And previously in the settlement about the Plant Vogel cost overruns and who would pay for the billions of dollars in costs to construct the nuclear units, which withdraw and consume a lot of water, Georgia Power promised to support an energy efficiency target of 0.75% of retail sales. And this is an increase for Georgia Power, but other utilities, including in the South, do regularly achieve higher savings than that. Although I will say the South lags the rest of the country in general when it comes to energy efficiency progress. And an emerging area that I want to flag here is energy efficiency at the data centers themselves. Kind of things should happen at the planning stage to reduce to the greatest extent possible the energy demand, even above the state code or what the economics of the individual business would lead them to implement. And so whether that's technical assistance to provide best practices, financial incentives to assist with payback, savings verifications, I think that reducing demand should be a water resource management priority. On quality, the same resources also prevail. Solar and storage and efficiency don't have emissions like fossil plants. In Georgia, a number of our water bodies have fish advisory for mercury, which is an emission from coal plants, but obviously not from solar. Not to mention all the other pollutants that coal plants can emit. And so the impact on water resources will depend to a significant degree on the choices that our public officials and power providers make regarding how best to meet our energy demand. It will also depend on the choices that consumers make regarding energy efficiency in the products that they buy. The impacts of these decisions on our water bodies and on the people who use them are significant, and I think public input should also be considered when making choices about our energy future. How do the communities around the coal plants feel about extending the life of coal plants to power data centers multiple counties away? I believe I'm getting the standing, you're running out of time, but I guess I'll leave it there and say that I would hope that criteria-wise, I suppose, for this committee, that the grid of the future is the focus more so than mitigating the grid of the past. And I'll leave it there and look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Okay, our next speaker is Lee Ellenberg, the Alabama Associate State Climatologist.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here to share this with the panel and the audience in general. I'm going to take a little different approach, talking about agriculture and some of the water energy interactions we have, particularly with respect to some rural agriculture and water energy needs. But to first start talking about agriculture in the Southeast, I want to take a national perspective. So typically when you think about the Southeast, you don't really think about agriculture that much, right? So most of our grains are grown in the Midwest. Most of our vegetables are grown out west, with a few hot spots in South Georgia and South Florida. But overall, the Southeast is not an ag powerhouse in the US, and that's not where most of our crops are grown. However, we can say where the water at, it's a little bit different, right? So most of the water in the US is down here. We've heard it talked about a lot. We are a very water-rich region. We are. We get 50 to 70 inches of rain a year. That's a whole lot of water. But out west, it's very different. You can see the 80th meridian, right, where that dichotomy is. So where the ag is, where the water is, and where is it available, right? This is an annual runoff map produced by the USGS. It's a little dated, but the data is the same. Basically showing where our runoff is, right? We have this really sweet hotspot in the southeastern United States where we are very water rich. And this is something that we don't take for granted and we're very proud of, even though it does get very humid. So the dichotomy of these maps haven't been unnoticed, right? So in the past decade, there's been a lot of articles, both scientific and then these kind of coming back out in the media about this idea of migration of agriculture. Like why are we growing all of our crops where there's no water? Why are we growing all of our things? Why are we putting so much investment in building out these infrastructure in a region that is going to continue to get drier and drier? And so this idea of agricultural migration has been floated a lot, basically to create a resilient system that's more or less vulnerable, right, to droughts, less vulnerable to changes in climate, and creating a less risk food system. So let's talk about the Southeast, right? So we've talked about that we are a very water-rich region. So this is a study we've done. I apologize for the screenshots from our paper, but essentially this is a model that we use from the U.S. Forest Service looking at the water supply stress index. And so this is essentially taking USGS water demand divided by the stream flow runoff that we see. Right, so basically demand over supply, and just see how often we're stressed. The figure on your right is looking at a 60, 70-year average of our water demand, and so on average we don't have a problem, right? That doesn't mean we never have enough, or we never don't have enough, right? So if you look at the figure on the right, yes, the right, this is the maximum ratio that occurred over that same period. You can see the 1950s show up, to 2007, especially in the Atlanta region, right? These are things that are just confirming what we've been talking about thus far. We are very rich in water, but that doesn't mean we become stressed and have droughts sometimes. The 2007 drought was a major one. The 2000 drought, a major one. We had several different types of flash droughts, which I'll talk about a little bit, specifically with respect to agriculture. Here's just another example of the type of water resources we have in this region. So these, and I'm from Alabama, so I'm looking at Alabama in a lot of my slides, but I'm trying my best to be a more regional perspective. But just looking at the types of streams and rivers that we have coming across 30 million acre feet, and 1 million acre, or 1 MGD is 3 acre feet. Sorry, I'm an ag guy, so acre feet, MGDs. So one MGD is 3 acre feet. So anyway, we have millions and millions and millions and millions of acre feet of water flowing off our great region. And just for reference, the Colorado River at Glen Canyon, right? That's 10 million acre feet. They support over 5 million acres of agriculture. And so we know what the problem is there, right? We understand that, and that's what we're trying to avoid. This figure on the top right shows us just how much, if you were to take 1 million acre of farmland in Alabama and irrigate out of this spot right here, or utilize the volume of water right there, you're talking about a statistically insignificant amount of water withdrawal, right? So again, all this really depends on timing and implementation. It's not just as simple as we have all the water so we can have all the ag. It's not that simple. So let's talk a little bit about the southeastern hydrology. We've said a lot. We have abundant precipitation. We have abundant water resources. We are a water-rich region. And as such, our ecosystems have evolved to love this water, right? That's why you walk out and you start sweating immediately, right? this whole system is evolved around the type of ecosystem that and climate that we've evolved in. But timing is critical. And so this figure on the right you're seeing here, this is a typical water balance in the Southeast. This is pulling out of the middle Alabama water basin. And so what you're seeing in the blue line is our average precipitation, typically a low somewhere in the fall months. And then the runoff graph, we see a stark seasonal distribution, right? So even though we get rainfall, we get up 4 to 5 inches of rain every year, our hydrology is distinctly seasonal. And that's because of our demand, right? We have this picture here, right? That's a bunch of straws pulling water out of the ground and putting it back into the air. We use this water a lot. And so what I want to point here is that this is our average water balance across the Southeast. And on average, we're still even though we're in a water-rich region, we still experience water-limited conditions. On average, this is not just saying the worst year, the best year. This is on average across. You have these two little sweet spots in June and usually in September and October, where we're most vulnerable to shorter-term droughts and we're most vulnerable to water-limited conditions. And so that's what I really want to highlight here, because it really, in this perspective, really pertains to agriculture. And it's during these times that we can be really sensitive to these short-term droughts. Even though, again, we may get 50 inches of rain, but what I'm showing you here is that even short periods of drought can have major impacts. And so I'm sure you probably all heard of flash droughts. These are a phenomenon of just short, really intense periods of usually high temperatures and low rainfall. In the Southeast, that just means a couple weeks without rain. If it doesn't rain for 2 weeks, it's going to be hot, and it's going to be very hot. And so what are the vulnerabilities to these type of events? Well, they are, especially in agriculture, crops have very specific water need cycles. So their growth development cycles require water at very specific times. It just so happens this June period is critical to corn, right? So corn goes to its silking stage. You're familiar with the crop. It goes to its silking stage. It's in its reproductive stage. If it doesn't get water at this exact time, you can pretty much guarantee a 50% reduction in yield, right? So it doesn't matter if it rained 12 inches 3 weeks before. It doesn't matter if it rained 12 inches 3 weeks after. If it doesn't rain during this period, it's very critical. And it just so happens this happens a lot in the Southeast. These June and July, late June, early July, and the September, October periods is where we have a lot of impacts. So this is just in one example in 2022, just a 3-week period with no rain in this area right here. This is a drought metric we use called the Lawn and Garden Index, basically a soil moisture derivative. And we can show that just this one period, just one 3-week period, resulted in yields less than 40% below normal for these counties. And that includes even the irrigated. So if you were rain-fed in here, you were pretty much decimated. So this highlights the fact that the timing is critical to our hydrology. So recently done a study looking at the Southeast and essentially the occurrence of these type of events. And what this shows, you can see the histogram here, a mean of 24, right, over a 24-year period means that someplace in the Southeast every year, someone's experiencing a flash drought. And then what I have here on the right side is this is a distribution of these events across, and you can see that obviously these peaks around our September, October, and our April, May, right? These are very critical conditions or critical periods for agriculture in the region. So we've done a lot of modeling to understand what's the vulnerability of agriculture and why are we not irrigating, or what's the need of irrigation, right? If you say why irrigate in the Southeast, it's like, well, you get 70 inches of rain a year, right? You don't really need to irrigate. I showed you why we need to irrigate, and this is the reason. So we've done some modeling here, and so your left side, the figure on your left is looking at essentially the variation in corn yield as it correlates to that June precipitation. The dotted blue line is essentially that break-even yield. The dotted green line is that break-even yield. And so here, this is using the profit scenarios from USDA ERS, showing it's about 139 bushels per acre. But the main thing to note here is half the time you're below that yield. half the time you're below that yield when you're doing rain-fed farming. So does that mean you're growing out of farming if you don't make it to 139? No, but if you don't do that 2 years in a row, 3 years in a row, 4 years in a row, right, this can add up. And so this can be a really decimate agricultural production. So that kind of sets the stage. We are water rich. We don't have a lot of agriculture. The agriculture we do have can be very vulnerable, right, to the climate that we have evolved in. This is what irrigation currently looks like. And so you can see, basically, this is a analysis from the World Resource Institute. And so the black dots here are where irrigation exists. Again, in the Southeast, the main, really all we see here is in South Georgia. Most of the other regions are still very little, low to medium impact in the water stress. And part of the reason of that is when you look at the type of irrigation we need. So as I mentioned, you only need to get through sometimes weeks at a time of drought. So you're looking at 4 inches, 6 inches, 8 inches tops on average. So the average amount of water you need, we actually call this supplemental irrigation, right? Out west, you're looking at 2 feet, 3 feet of water. Here, and what could make you, a bumper crop could be, half a foot of water, 6 inches of water, just enough to get you through some of the drier times because, as we've said, it's going to rain in Alabama, it's going to rain in the Southeast, it will rain, right? But you just got to get yourself through these dry periods. And so when we look at irrigation in the Southeast, we look at it very differently. It's really just supplemental irrigation to get us through some of the major dry spells. So in Alabama, we don't have near as much policy in place as you guys have here in Georgia with the water metering, some of the low flow protections, and so what I want to talk about here is some of the projects that we're basically running throughout the state. So one of these is the Alabama Irrigation Initiative. This is purely a carrot versus stick approach. We don't have the capability to have a stick in Alabama. There's no water policy. So what we're doing is basically going through and trying to identify where water makes the most sense for agriculture in the upfront before there's any stress to the system. So we develop these plans for decentralized on-farm irrigation systems that are sustainable both from the environment, the economies, as well as the water quality of the systems. So we are working within a federal program for assistance to modernize this. So this is a cost share program. I'll talk a minute about that. But the whole goal is to provide a healthy system for plants and plant vigor, improve soil health, and protect basin water quality, right? Knowing from the outset, we're starting planning up front, not after the fact, not after we've already depleted our resources. And again, part of this is because this is the only way we can do it. And so this idea is that you offer money if you do it correct, and we'll cost share some of the issues. So this is what one of the watersheds look like. This is one from Middle Alabama. So again, we do a lot of modeling, water quality modeling, groundwater with the GSA of Alabama helps us a lot. We do surface water modeling, and basically create this really pretty picture of understanding, all right, if you want to irrigate, where's the best place to irrigate and what's the most sustainable source of water to irrigate from, right? Is that groundwater? Is that surface water? Is this an area that you just probably shouldn't be irrigating? So we're not going to fund irrigation. That doesn't mean you can't go there, right? There's no regulations in Alabama to say you can't put irrigation, but we're saying if you do it correctly, right, in a sustainable source, we can provide some cost share. And so this watershed plan provides cost shares to farmers. But in addition to, so a 50% cost share, up to 90% cost share for micro irrigation. This is a big deal for farmers. And in addition, for free, we give 3-year irrigation management plans, soil sensors, flow meters, everything that if, we were in a different political state would probably be required. Instead, we're just giving it to make sure it's there. And so what does this matter for energy, right? So I'm running out of time here, but when we start implementing these plans, one thing that we noticed was in rural areas is the access to that energy, right? So to run a center pivot, which is usually the most efficient system for agriculture, it usually requires 2 types of a pump to pump water. In South Alabama, that's usually pumping water from deep in a well, and then a pump or a motor for the pump. That's usually pretty small, but these water distribution pumps can be pretty large, 25, 50 horsepower, that's a lot of energy. The size of most of these pumps require 3-phase power. This is a map here of our transmission lines. Most of these farmers don't have access to 3-phase power. They can use a converter, but most of these co-ops in this region won't be able to provide the power necessary for a 3-phase converter and actually end up brownouting or brownouts. So these local co-ops will not allow some of these farmers access to that energy. And this has become a pretty major implementation or roadblock in us being able to implement these watershed plans. So like I said, most of these local co-ops don't allow these converters due to potential brownouts in the local communities. So in this sense, what our nexus looks like is we have the opportunity for agriculture. There's demand, right? I mean, I don't know if you've seen the latest poultry plants in the Southeast. Basically, the Southeast is the chicken capital of the world, right? We have a lot of demand for grains and for energy and for food energy. We have a lot of water, right? But in some cases, especially in our rural areas, that supply of that energy is really lacking, and creates a bottleneck in being able to develop this further. And so just some of the ideas that we've been thinking about and basically trying to understand. So Valley Irrigation has provided some options of this new technology, and basically implementing solar arrays. So for about a 150-acre farm, a 1-acre solar array can provide most of the input. But one of the interesting things is you only need that energy for very little pieces of time, right? Just during irrigation, whereas that solar panel can derive energy just about all year long, especially in the Southeast. And so making really good partnerships with the co-ops and the power companies to have this transition and this ability to have these buybacks. These buybacks are not as common down here as they are in other areas. And so being able to utilize something like this and provide cheaper and cleaner alternatives, because right now the only other alternative is a diesel generator. That's essentially what everyone's using, a diesel or propane generator. So without that access, that's the only way we're doing it. And just one last plug, this is the ag, water, energy, but it's also the economies, right? So this was over, $500 million just last year alone, and losses about, this is just corn. And that is almost directly tied to about a 3-week period in June of no rainfall. That's $500 million. And the type of economies that we're looking at are in some of the most poorest regions in the country. And $1 invested in ag circulates back into the economy tenfold, right? These could be really transformational in the ag and energy sector, but also in our local economies. So that's my perspective. Again, it's a little different, but just something that I'm bringing to the table, something I've been working on for a while. And we did have a little bit of an energy situation. So yeah, thanks for that. And
Next up, Peter Kwiatkowski from the South Florida Water Management District.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm a hydrogeologist, so I thought I'd put that out there. That's my background, and that's probably why I'm covering and focus on the things that I'm doing. So who is the South Florida Water Management District? We're the oldest of the state's 5 water management districts, covers 16 counties, serves a population of 9.2 million people. We started out being a flood control district. Our mission expanded to water supply and more recently ecosystem restoration, in particular the comprehensive Everglades restoration plan, which we're jointly implementing with the Corps of Engineers. It started out being a $7.8 billion project in 2000. I think it's up to 23 billion and counting. And I mean that, counting.
Duly noted.
Let me go back. And I'm gonna take advantage of my little, there's a lot of stuff going on here, and I think you all probably are already dealing with a lot of the same issues that we are, but we've got this Everglades agricultural area south of Lake Okeechobee here, and it's permitted to the tune of 400,000 acre feet per year, sugarcane, small vegetables, things like that. Just in the lower East Coast area here is 7 million people. And down here, we've got Everglades National Park and we've got Biscayne National Park. So we got a lot of competing issues that we're trying to deal with, and all the while trying to maintain flood protection for 9 million people and conduct the largest ecosystem restoration project in the world. So it's not easy. So my focus today is not talking about all of that other stuff, but it's more on the water side of things. So here's how water use is permitted in Florida. It's considered a public resource. It's managed at the state and the regional level, and that's why we have water management districts. To get a permit, you have to, it's called the three-pronged test. You have to demonstrate that your use is reasonable and beneficial. It's not going to interfere with any presently existing users of water, and it's consistent with the public interest. And so if you can meet all those criteria, get yourself a permit. And we allocate to the water that you need in a 1 in 10 year drought condition. As has been mentioned, in the Southeast, we're blessed with a lot of water, about 55 inches per year on average for us. But when we have a water shortage, it goes down to in the 35 to 40 range. But it's sort of it's difficult to look at it that way because, you know, as Lee was mentioning earlier, it's when it's super dry over a short period of time, that's when we have a lot of issues. So when you look at it on an annual basis, you might say, oh, well, you're only 15 inches short, that's not too bad. But you know, if you're getting a lot of that during the wet season, you're not solving the issue that's happening during the dry season. And Catherine mentioned something about, you know, the 2006 to 2008 drought, and I've lived through that. It was very painful in South Florida, and my hair was dark brown prior to that event. So just to let you know, I bear a lot of scars. But the last part is that in terms of water use, seawater, reclaimed water, water for firefighting stuff, none of that is permitted through us. So those are available sources of water. So in addition to the permitting, we have the planning. Well, we only do 20-year plans, Jennifer, not 40, but that's what we do. We develop demand estimates and projections, evaluating our water resource options. Catherine mentioned you have like 98% surface water. We're probably 95% groundwater, completely different. We conduct resource analysis via modeling, and I'm going to talk about that and how important that is for the future. Water resource development or developing regional projects like reservoirs and stuff like that, that's our responsibility. Water supply development is the responsibility of water utilities and things like that. And so they're the ones that are building, installing wells and building water treatment plants and distribution systems and things like that. That's their responsibility. And these plans are updated every 5 years. So what are some of the somewhat emerging, but what are the regional water supply issues that we're really concerned about? Well, because we've got Everglades restoration going on, and our superficial aquifer system is the one that we tap the most, and it's the cheapest water, and that's why a lot of people have gone there. But it also means that with, you know, trying to provide water for 9 million people, that resource is pretty much tapped out. And so additional demands are being met by the Florida aquifer, which in Jennifer's case, it's a beautiful freshwater system in Georgia, and in South Florida, it's of brackish quality, so it requires membrane treatment. And that's kind of when I was talking earlier about, you know, this energy water nexus. For us, it's more on the water quality side. It's how are we going to meet potable water demands, and a lot of times that's requiring using reverse osmosis or membrane treatment to bring that water into something that's usable. And that's where I see a lot of the issues that we're going to have in South Florida. So next up is sea level rise. I'm going to cover that later on in my presentation as well, but we have rising sea level, and so that means we have rising coastal groundwater levels, but those increases in groundwater levels along the coast are not increases in freshwater. It's the salt water that is coming in from below at the base of the aquifer, and it's raising groundwater levels, giving you the illusion that you have extra fresh groundwater, and you don't. You actually have less fresh groundwater because you have salt water coming in at the base of the aquifer. Next is climate change, has been mentioned today. We have changes in rainfall, and what we're seeing is wetter wet periods and drier dry periods. And as Lee was mentioning, those drier dry periods, even if they're for short periods of time, can have a major impact on the water use. And our responsibility when we are in that water shortage situation is to, equitably distribute available supplies. That's the language that's in the rule. I quote that a lot. It was written by an attorney, but it's very appropriate. That's in those water shortages, that's where stress comes from our side, is that we've got to maintain water so that the Everglades doesn't go dry. You can have things called peat fires, and once the peat is burned, it takes thousands upon thousands of years to generate the peat, and once it's gone, it's gone. So we have to make sure there's enough water to prevent peat fires, but we also have to make sure there's enough fresh water to, provide drinking water for 9 million people, and we need to make sure that there's enough water in the rest of the Everglades system to prevent it from getting too dry, and to make sure we also have a large agricultural community, and their crops will go belly up. And there are certain crops that are annual, that if you lose a crop, like small vegetables, it's one thing, but if you have citrus trees that take years upon years to grow back, that's a major economic impact. So all of those things are going on, is ecosystem restoration, water supply for the public, impacts to agricultural development, and potential loss of crops. All of those things are going on at the same time, and the burden is on us to try to equitably distribute those available supplies. So it's a strain, and any of these things that we're talking about, these emerging issues, things are not getting any easier for us to deal with that issue. Greater population, water quality issues, and changing climate. It's just making things more difficult to manage, and we're doing the best we can, but I think everyone's dealing with the same issues. And then finally, something that hasn't been mentioned yet is PFAS. And a lot of the utilities in our district they're located, the wells that feed the water treatment plants, they're located in areas that were somewhat commercial industrial use for the last 50, 60, 70 years, right along the I-95 corridor. And they're older communities. And so there was a lot of PFAS. I don't know if it was firefighting or just industrial use, but the background concentrations are, far exceed the proposed standard of 4 parts per trillion. And so a lot of utilities are now switching over, or plan to switch over, from more conventional lime softening to something like membrane treatment. And again, when you switch over to something like that, the lime softening treatment process is probably 97% efficient, and switching over to membrane processes, it's 85%. So now all of a sudden, large portions of the area that we are managing are requesting a 15% increase in their water use permits, because they need to have the same amount of water they were delivering before, but because of the losses from membrane processes, they need the extra water. So that's all of a sudden a major proposed increase on an area that was already constrained in terms of available freshwater groundwater supply. Well, what are we doing? Well, water conservation, yes. I don't think we spend enough time and money making that happen, but that's my own personal opinion, but I think that's going to become more important. We have coastal well fields, and there's an opportunity to move some of those well fields further west, but not too far, because if you're too close, all of a sudden the groundwater withdrawals that you have there are impacting the Everglades system. So we're really boxed in. There's not a lot we can do, but what we can do is try to de-emphasize the wells that are right along the coast, because that's going to, eventually with sea level rise, that's eventually going to become more saline. And again, once again, now you're driving people to be installing membrane treatment plants to treat that. We have things we can do is increase groundwater recharge, but only so much, because if you do too much of that and you're raising the water table artificially, now you're impacting people's level of surface for flood protection. Using alternative supplies, I mentioned the brackish floor and aquifer In our neck of the woods, it is brackish, so again, that requires membrane treatment. There's reuse for irrigation. Surface water storage is great, and we're doing more and more of that, but it's very expensive. The land in South Florida is expensive, and to take that out of, there's not that many parcels of land that you can actually do that. We have a saltwater intrusion monitoring network. I'm going to cover that in a second. And then the last thing is developing a regional density dependent groundwater model to simulate future effects of saltwater intrusion as a result of increased pumping, sea level rise, and climate change. And that is a tool that we've been working on for several years now. I think if I was to share one thing with everyone here today is that a lot of the things that we've been doing and talking about, kind of saw this coming. We all talked, recognizing that sea level rise was an issue and climate change was going to be an issue, and we knew we needed to develop much better tools than we had before to try to manage this. And a lot of the stuff that we're doing on the modeling side, we're subject to legal challenges in terms of issuing permits, and we need to be squeaky clean on those tools. And so we go with independent scientific peer review of development of models, so that at the conclusion of that modeling exercise, I think we have something that we can defend ourselves in court to say, hey, we're not being arbitrary and capricious. We've developed a peer-reviewed groundwater model to help us make decisions about groundwater availability and allocations. And we have to go through that step. I think it's a good step anyway, but a lot of it is driven by protecting ourselves during litigation. These blue dots are locations where we have brackish groundwater facilities. I mentioned the Florida aquifer, and so a lot of the new water demands are being met by asking or requiring users to go to the brackish Florida aquifer for water supply purposes. Again, that requires membrane treatment and increased energy costs. I mentioned this saltwater interface mapping project. GS had done some maps, kind of catch as catch can over the years. Broward County did one in 1990 and Palm Beach County did one in 1988, but there really wasn't a comprehensive effort to really manage saltwater intrusion and do a mapping effort so that we have information not only to look at it from a real-time perspective and historical perspective, but also use this information to help calibrate our density-dependent groundwater models. And so this started in 2009, and we just updated the most recent map last year in 2024. We do it once every 5 years, and we do that for all the superficial and intermediate aquifers that are present in our district. And we tap everyone for any piece of data that we have. Some of it's good, some of it's not. The good stuff is kept, not so good stuff is not included, but and we don't have a quote unquote network per se. It's an ad hoc network of wells from a lot of different sources, the GS, us, and so forth. And we use that to develop these maps. And then I mentioned this East Coast Surficial model. It covers probably 7 million people. It's a density-dependent groundwater model based on the USGS's CWAT code and a bunch of stuff, 5 different layers. But again, it's all designed to, we have this resource. We know we've got sea level rise. We've got saltwater intrusion that we're concerned about. Climate change is impacting the timing of rainfall, and therefore greater need for surface water storage to the extent that it's available, and just managing the resource. And we think this is the tool that we're going to use to a great extent from planning perspective. So we typically use these types of models in our for water supply planning and 20-year planning horizon, but because of all the issues that are going on, we're developing something called our water supply vulnerability assessment with a 50-year projected simulation. There's good in that, good and bad. I don't think that, I don't think we could possibly capture all the resiliency efforts that are going to happen between now and at the end of the 50-year period, but it's sort of a worst case scenario because it basically assumes we're not doing much of anything, but it does highlight the areas that we're going to need to focus on. So there's going to be certain areas, probably the low-lying areas, and the areas that have greater groundwater withdrawals, and hopefully you'll be able to see that when we do this simulation. That's going to happen later on this year. We can identify the vulnerable points and understand, how are we going to manage this? Is there a way that we can pull water from adjacent municipalities that are less susceptible to saltwater intrusion to try to help them out? There are things that we're gonna have to discuss, and a lot of the municipalities are very focused on, their little service area, but some of them are gonna have to become and think about it from a more regional perspective. That's it. Please have a seat. I'd like to invite back other panelists. Okay, so just on a brief attempt at synthesis, we heard about the hydrology of the Southeast, fluctuations in quantity, permitting and long-term multi-decade planning processes within several southeastern states, multi-sector water demand, so urban, municipal, thermoelectric power cooling, increased demand from data centers, agricultural demands, crop sensitivity, crop yield sensitivity to water shortages, saltwater intrusion, increased energy and water consumption associated with more expensive treatment technologies, other water quality issues, including PFAS, and briefly touched on some ecosystem quality restoration. So I have an initial question, and then I think we'll open it up. And then I have a question at the very end. So my initial question to anyone is with the goal of this committee in mind, which is really to potentially identify new tools or technologies that we could invest in at the intersection of water energy. Are there emerging tools or technologies that you think could be game changers at the intersection of water and energy? Keeping in mind that we're really considering TRL 6 through 8, which means if it's not commercially available now, it's pretty close. To anyone.
Some of the idea of, solar farms and solar farming, and that, I think that is something that the commercial sector has basically shown some level of success, specifically with like I said, the valley irrigation. I know for sure there might be others. It's not widespread. It's not well adopted. I think it's pretty ripe for that level of investment, and I think it could have an impact on some of the rural economies. But that's super small scale comparative to some of these things.
I would add battery storage to that too, like distributed battery resources, to kind of offset the need for new generation and all the emissions that come with that, but also to better use the existing resources that we have on the grid to that same end, I suppose.
Is there if we consider software or modeling as a tool, is there a gap that you've encountered that would help facilitate management?
Not right now. I mean, I think variable density groundwater models they've been around. I did my master's thesis 35 years ago on it. So, I mean, in some respects, a lot's changed. In some respects, it hasn't changed. But I don't think it's been implemented at the scale, at least that we're doing. I think we've always used fresh groundwater, like mod flow type models to manage it, and tried to extrapolate some of those changes in freshwater into what that might mean from a saltwater intrusion perspective. But I think it's just the application now of that at the scale that we're talking about, because the salinization of groundwater, it's not just from sea level rise. I mean, I think people in the Northeast have been spreading salt to combat winter for decades, and that's manifested itself into the watershed. So I think salinization of groundwater is only going to get worse from sea level rise, but other things as well. And I think, and that's going to require more density dependent groundwater type models to deal with that situation. But I can't think of a need for a new technology. I think it's application of some of the stuff that we had before, but we've never done it at the scale that we're talking about doing to manage it.
Now we can open it up. Yeah, Bruce.
I heard two of you talking about recharge as a way to deal with saltwater intrusion. And so I have to reach way back when I lived in Arizona, where they'd look at ponds and letting them dry out, letting the soil crack so it could infiltrate better again. But are there recharge questions in the southeast that are kind of unique in terms of how to sustain that recharge that might require demonstrations? Are new tools needed, or you think the technologies for that are okay? Because you're definitely going to have that problem in coastal regions, and you're going to have it in other places as well.
Again, I think I'm not seeing the need for the technology. I think it's more of the application of what we already have in terms of maybe demonstration projects to figure out different sources of water. I think, reclaimed water is something that is getting greater and greater emphasis because of the concept of one water, not using a single use for water and then having it discharged to the ocean or something like that. So I think demonstration projects for reclaimed water to make sure that they're not causing excessive nutrient buildup in some of the
You can pour it in there and it can roll away, right? I mean, you don't really know where it's going. Okay.
Yeah, and then the thing we're dealing with also is when you think about the nutrients that are in the water, in reclaimed water that you're recharging, now there's great potential for that to make it into the coastal system and causing algae blooms. And so we're struggling with that as well, is the water quality side of it. And so again, when earlier in the meeting today, I was talking about trying to understand what you're trying to get at, and from our side, or at least from my perspective, there's a water quality angle to it as well, as making sure that you're not causing algae blooms and making sure that we've got that saltwater intrusion of our freshwater aquifers that's in the equation, and that's going to result in increased need for membrane treatment and therefore increased power consumption, which we weren't really doing before, and then to deal with the waste product from those.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that then?
Sure.
Because you also mentioned, RO desalinization. That takes care of 85% of the water. Yay, the last 15%, which now is enhanced with salt and PFAS. What do you do with that?
Yeah, in South Florida, we have in the lower portion of the Florida aquifer, it's called the boulder zone, and it's extremely permeable, and it's got maybe 2,000 feet of confining units between that and the upper Florida aquifer. There's an ability to discharge that concentrate, and that's what happens at a lot of municipal deep injection wells. Yeah, but that's taking advantage of a very localized, unique hydrogeologic situation. Most of the country doesn't have that capability.
Okay, never needed again. Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, and so whether it's PFAS or just concentrate disposal from a regular municipal water plant with a brackish source, it's another issue that municipalities have to deal with, and sometimes there's no real good solution, and it's you're picking your poison, and I think that's where we're at.
John, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was curious, Jennifer, I'm sorry if I missed it, but I was, Plant Vogel, the large nuclear plant here in Georgia, the new one. I wasn't sure if it was shown on your map of showing energy water use. And I guess I was curious about how Vogel is seen in terms of kind of energy, water use per energy. It was mentioned that it is a carbon-free source of energy, but you could.
The energy used in the production of that facility, so units 1 and 2 are already online, so the withdrawal and the consumption from those units were something that we knew, and then the projected withdrawal and consumption from units 3 and 4 coming online is something that's incorporated in the planning effort as well. So if it wasn't on the map, it should have been, or maybe we pulled it from up.
I might just not have seen it. But I also am, I guess I'm curious, is nuclear a large scale water user? Yes, and that's what you had said, so I guess I
And then
didn't.
we've got we have the 2 facilities as well, so Baxley, down in the Altamaha Basin.
I guess as my kind of follow-up question, well, one was kind of trying to understand, again, because water usage, it could be consumptive or, go back, so return. But then there's increasing discussion about kind of small nuclear, modular, not the right word of that, but whether or not that is a large intensive water usage as well, or if that's an opportunity to kind of find a kind of a sweet spot for water energy, carbon free. I don't know.
Some of the new SMR concepts definitely use less water.
Some of the new, sorry,
Molten salt concepts and some other things like that that are more of a Gen 4.
Small modular reactors are what you're talking about, right? SMRs.
yes.
Yeah, that's your question.
I don't know how much water they use, but I think that they're still pretty far away from like commercial viability, cost effectiveness at this point.
Is that a recommendation for the?
Well, right, I don't know what TRL SMRs are. That's too many acronyms.
Get some more alphabets in there.
Yeah, so I know in South Florida with the Everglades restoration projects that have gone down there, the aquifer storage and recovery has been a major component of that. I'm just interested in folks from other states. Do you see anywhere where ASR becomes something that's leveraged? Alabama, Georgia?
I mean, we have not had folks interested in those projects. I mean, we have regulatory authority and we've talked, there was one potential project, but it didn't go forward. And we have policy in place to manage if there's that type of project, but there has not been any discussion
We
of
don't have a
that.
rainfall issue, we have a storage issue, right? I mean, in every presentation you see, we've got plenty of rain, it's just gone. So it seems to me that there is a storage issue. And if you could overcome the storage issue, you would be certainly much more drought resilient. That's very easy to say. I'm not telling you I know how to achieve it.
You don't have to move anybody to put water underground. Right, but you have to move a bunch of people to put water in a new reservoir.
You need to be protective of quality of our groundwater resources as well. Does Alabama, you all have any interest in that or?
Not that I know. Actually, Nick may be better able to answer that than I am, but yeah, in terms of, I mean, obviously we have a lot of surface storage. But in terms of, subsurface, outside of just the existing reservoirs we have down there, which are vast, but just very far down.
Got a question. So Pete was talking about trading some energy for desalination, right? Energy for water. He was talking about, let's take some land and some water and make some more food. See, Bob was talking about, let's take some land and turn it into electricity with solar. So if we went after demonstrating something to make trade-offs easier, what trade-off do you wish was easier? Would you demonstrate?
That's an interesting question, because one of the things that I was thinking about a lot ahead of this was sort of cost benefit analysis in different contexts. So I do a lot of work at the Public Service Commission where it's basically just the economics from utilities perspective. And to the extent that there's health or environmental benefits or water quality benefits to maybe a slightly more expensive option, well, that doesn't get weighed there. And so I do think that some better way to I don't know about better, but how do we quantify those benefits and make sure that they are in front of the decision makers when they're weighing all those, the various methods.
Seems to me it's a regional issue. Maybe there are certain areas where are energy starved, and there you would prioritize energy over maybe the water use or the land required, and other areas might have a completely different primary need. And so maybe it's looking at different geographies to figure out what the priority is in a particular area, because like in South Florida, again, we have 55 inches on average of rainfall a year. Maybe maximizing water efficiency isn't as important as it would be in Arizona or something like that. So maybe that's how you can, if you're going to do multiple demonstration projects, you can have prioritization of figuring out what the priority is in particular areas that could help you make a decision about that.
And how would you determine if a given area was water limited or energy limited? That would be a whole can of worms in itself. It sounds simple on the surface, but if you dug into it, I think it would be complicated.
Yeah, I could see, getting complicated, but at the same time, I think, I don't know, first level, there should be an understanding of where, again, no one in the Southeast is extremely water limited. It's usually access. And something we can't talk about in Alabama is policy, right? We have lots of storage of water across the state, but you can't move it unless you own it. And so that's a restriction we can't get over. So that's another component when you're looking at water policy and water laws, right? In our riparian dominated ecosystem, is something that will always raise its head.
Lee mentioned that the two worst months are, in terms of dryness, are June and September. Those are our two wettest months. So it really is kind of different. Let's go to Clifford.
This question's for Jennifer. And this is just to help me understand what criteria it is to pick a demonstration project. But you're talking about water supply needs. When you evaluate your water supply needs, how much do you consider the energy needs? And if so, consider the energy needs, how much of a factor does that play into your water supply need decisions?
That's a great question. So because of the way that our rules are created for analyzing water withdrawals, I don't know how much our application materials or discussions with the municipality, for example, would get into their energy use in their withdrawal of water. And so much would be dependent on what type of treatment they run through their facility. We have, for surface water use, there's lots of different types of treatment options that are varying energy demands with them. So I don't think our folks that we hire and we train to kind of be focused on the resource, either surface water or groundwater, are going to be thinking about the energy production that goes behind that, because that's just not.
Yeah, because I'm sorry. I mean, is that a big enough factor, the energy portion, in the decision making, that there's a demonstration project that will provide information to say, hey, if you consider this, that might drive a water supply need decision differently.
I think in general, I think all municipalities would be really interested in any technologies that reduce their energy consumption and use or needs, because that's a part of their costs. They either have to they will be passing on to their ratepayers or taking out of their tax base. So I think in general, any type of projects that reduce that burden and that cost would be beneficial.
Comment on data needs for any water energy nexus projects that you've had or know about. Are data always available? Do wish you had more data? Where would those data come from? And how do you integrate the data? Because you need something from the water sector, you need something from the energy sector, from transportation. Or maybe you always have the data that you need. That would be interesting to know too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just answer briefly. I mean, in the water planning context, we love data, we're hungry for data, but we have spent a lot of time and effort to collect it, and we feel like we've collected a good amount. And we have asked the councils also that are throughout, so like, what do you see as a need for more data? So they help us identify that, and we feel like we've been able to kind of fill in gaps of data. So I think in general, that's where we're focused to, is just like water quality and water use data. We feel like we've got a good handle on the amount of it, but others have other needs for data.
Speak on behalf of all my colleagues, more data the better, right? Especially in Alabama, you know, we really suffer from water quality data. Again, it's not really related to what I do necessarily, but I know for sure, and you know, as USGS slowly brings and decommissions, you know, our state agencies have to pick that up, and it's hard, and sometimes they get dropped, and we're, you know, we have good data, but it's going in the opposite direction in some cases as we're losing data.
Costs of it keep going up, particularly with partners like USGS.
I have a quick question for Jennifer. You mentioned about the water metering.
Yes.
I'm just curious who is responsible for that, both the deployment, collection, and reporting, the state or the growers?
Mostly the state. The legislature put in place some requirements for us to provide meters. For newer permittees, it would be on the permittee's responsibility to purchase that and to operate it. But the reading of the meters is primarily us and partners at other state agencies going out to, just so we can make sure that we have confirmation of the data itself. So
This is just for the surface water or groundwater?
both. Yeah. Agricultural metering in general.
Yeah, but I think that's the reason I'm asking, because I mean, you know, I've heard a lot that one thing that farmers do not like is giving you data. Just wondering if you have kind of experienced any pushback in terms of
I think, yes, I think our staff who go out to the farm definitely sometimes have the questions and some pushback, but I think we've been able to well explain the reason we're there. The fact that some of the legislators who proposed that and pushed for that are parts of those communities has made a big difference as well.
Just at a point of envy from the Alabama side, like what you guys have done super well is, like you said, really communicate the value and why, you know, when you can use it, when you can't use it. And I mean, like, this will benefit you as a farmer to protect the water that you have. And I mean, with the policy center and you know, in Albany State, it's just really remarkable to be done in a southeastern state. Yeah, just again, speaking from a space of envy, like you guys are great.
I may ask a follow-up.
they have a lot of water.
Since in this case, we're talking about an example of something that worked well, right? When you think about partnerships that might be formed around or be involved in the implementation of these potential investments, what do ideal partnerships look like? Who's involved? How are they structured, et cetera?
I mean, in our case where it's everyone. I know that's a bad, I mean, it doesn't give you any specificity, but you know, with the watershed plans that they're implementing, I mean, it's our you know, ADAM, our environmental management, it's the farmers, it's the farmer unions, it's the farmer associations, it's the energy sector, it's the state climate office, it's the geological survey, it's everyone who has a potential stake. And that's what makes things really messy sometimes, is there's so many voices at the table. But we are trying our best to start at that point so everyone is vested to some level. And I feel like that's kind of how Georgia did it too.
In
river
terms of
keep-
a
river
demonstration?
keepers, ag
Okay.
extensions, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I add to that though?
Yes, please.
I think it's also important that it's like Alabama and Georgia and Florida, because I think part of our problem is we've been doing a lot of this because we fight with each other in silos, but we're not fighting as much anymore. And so now we need to seize the moment to do it together.
I have a question.
Kumbaya.
Each of y'all work at different kind of scales. We've got states, watersheds, and then even smaller subdivisions of that. What would be the right, what would you think would be the ideal scale for these demonstrations to occur at?
I mean, I hate to do the lawyer, it depends, but I feel like it depends on, is it on focused on the energy side or the water side? Because I think that makes a big difference in terms of what's the appropriate way to measure and approach it.
Because we haven't talked about energy sheds yet and how that kind of goes on top of the watersheds. That's another complicating factor.
I don't even know what an energy shed is.
I don't even know. I just sort of made that word up, so I don't know.
Grids,
That's an
just
existing
do
made up
grids.
word.
Yeah.
Well, energy water was one word on the screen before, so you're entitled to do that.
Yeah, and there's food sheds too. But I mean, I think I think it both depends, but also can, I mean, in the case of, say some of the ag demonstrations, like, it can be small, but collectively be a pretty large footprint at the end of the day. So I think it both depends and can be both small and large, depending on like the it's not one small, demonstration or 50 small demonstrations. That's one demonstration. That makes sense.
I think you have to ask the end users, like what size of a demonstration project is going, if it's successful, is it gonna get them to actually move to implement that? And if it's not large enough, they may still have questions and may not devote the capital to actually making it a functioning project. So it has to, I don't know what the numbers are, but it has to be large enough that the entity would say, oh, that's a really good demonstration project, and I think we're gonna move forward with implementing that at a large scale. But if it's too small, I think there's still be so many questions about whether it could actually be expanded to that level that they may not take the end result as something that, which is what you all want. You want something that is gonna demonstrate it to a sufficient degree that people are gonna invest in that and, make it a large enough scale that it's commercially viable. And if it's too small, I think people will still have questions. We ran into that on the ASR side of things for Everglades restoration, and just never went anywhere.
I was gonna ask all of you really, but Jennifer, maybe you too, but it's not, we've talked a good bit about water supply and water quantity, but what about some of those water quality drivers? I'm wondering if there's anything in the technology space there. I mean, we're talking about PFAS, but well, I guess it was in Catherine's presentation, but you have like endangered mussel species and things like that, that are really water quality driven issues, but they hamper economic development, water use. Maybe that's a space in the Southeast context to explore. Any thoughts?
I don't know, for mussels, we're more focused on like the area of inundation or how much water they're getting and less about quality. I mean, in the Southwest Georgia, we're focused on a habitat conservation plan for them. But for PFAS, I mean, destruction technologies, I don't know how far along they have gotten, but like have concentrate things. And
What about things like, say, algae and agricultural runoff, things like that? Just trying to brainstorm.
There's been, decades of research on nutrient reduction, but there's still more that's needed. I mean, I think our agency's been doing a lot with stormwater treatment areas to reduce phosphorus concentrations, because that's really deleterious to the Everglades system. But anything nutrient-wise that, can get into the coastal watershed that results in blue-green algae blooms, it's devastating to communities that live along the coast. And so technologies to reduce nutrient concentration so that the algae bloom. My understanding is that those organisms are present, but they really take off and they bloom, unintended, when plenty of nutrients are present. So anything related to nutrient reduction, whether it's ag or anything else, is a real need.
I mean, that's something we hadn't talked about a lot today, so that's maybe something.
Yeah, I mean, I would say PFAS is kind of a great example of, it's almost always cheaper to not discharge it than it is to have to clean it up on the back end once it gets out down the street.
But it's in the hydrologic cycle. They found it in Greenland, you know.
Oh, no, I mean, it is
PFAS,
now.
It's everywhere now.
Brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, once it's out there.
People are still using different.
Did you say it was in your groundwater?
Yes, it is.
Cause it's connected to the superficial aquifer?
In the areas, in the portions of the superficial aquifer where it's close to the surface, yes, it's definitely there.
It's been measured in rainfall in parts of Eastern Europe. It's in the rain.
On that happy note, we have a break coming up at 3 p.m. So I'm gonna exert privilege and ask the last question. The discussion can continue into the break for the panel, but also for other folks. Based on our discussion, what new ideas do you have about the best criteria to include for DOE selecting potential demonstrations?
I'll just follow up on the aquifer storage and recovery issue. Jennifer mentioned, protecting aquifers from, stored water, and I completely get that. It's really important to do that, but the reason that it makes a lot of sense. Why don't we store water underground when it's really wet and pull it back out when it's dry? I mean, you can't argue with that, but the implementation of it, and I've been dealing with it on the Everglades stuff for 25, 30 years now, it's really difficult to meet all the underground injection control criteria that now we were moving forward and with one for a large scale 10 MGD ASR demonstration project north of Lake Okeechobee. And we took some water quality samples in the Kissimmee River, and we've got 6 parts per trillion PFAS. So we had to completely change our treatment design to account for that because the standard is 4 now. So I think maybe if end users are hesitant to do ASR because of all of the treatment requirements and the uncertainty, maybe it's finding, an energy plant that needs water, and it's in an area that has, ample rain in the wet season and less so in the dry season to be able to store it on site and demonstrate that it actually is a viable technology to meet the water demands of an electric plant or something like that. That would be a possibility to look into, because there's a lot of skepticism on the part of end users because of all of those regulatory criteria, and they just say, heck with it, I'll just do something that's easier. And we have, the Everglades Restoration Program assumes 300 wells at 5 MGD, which is 1.7 billion gallons per day. And we've, for the last 25 years, we've put in 2 pilot projects, but it's never gained the momentum because there's so many water quality and water treatment issues. And if we could solve those at a demonstration project specifically designed to meet the water demands of an electric power plant, that would be one to consider in the number of options that come out of this seminar.
Any other ideas on specific criteria? If not, yeah, we can stop. Thanks very much to the whole panel for your insights. So.
Personal. Oh, that I can't go to the swim.
Actually been.
Friend's birthday party.
Is it muted?
Interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it muted?
Yeah.
Take a seat.
Not quite this.
Everything you need.
Just a little hour, which is, you know, not surprising.
Careful with that. Okay.
All right, everybody, so find your seats, we'll get started. As far as the teams were done. All right, well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a chance to get some coffee, maybe a little bit of chocolate in you. Keep the,
It wasn't any coffee.
No,
oh, there's some back there.
Decaf, what's the point of
Clearly, I was looking for coffee about, you're not gonna need caffeine because this is gonna be. Because we got the people that are gonna be bringing the power, because we talked about the water side of this. Now we're gonna come at it from the power side. So we're gonna begin with Rebecca Osteen from Southern Company, and then work our way down, and at the end, we'll have a good discussion. Appreciate it.
It's a lot of pressure to provide the coffee for all of you in my presentation. So yeah, thanks for having me today. I'm Rebecca Osteen. I work in research and development for Southern Company. Southern Company is the parent company for Alabama Power, Georgia Power, Mississippi Power, which are all vertically integrated, regulated state utilities. So I wanted to start off, Bob actually mentioned this in his presentation, that we are right next to a power plant, one of Georgia Power's combined cycle power plants. They run on natural gas. And they used to be a coal plant that shut down. The gas plants were built and started up in 2014. So I wanted to just give a quick primer on how we use water for energy. Water is an important consideration for all forms of electricity generation, whether it's renewables, whether it's thermal, which would be nuclear, coal, combined cycle power plants. It's a consideration that we have to think through for all of these. But some generation types use more water than others. And so for thermal generation, we use cooling systems to cool the steam that we put through our turbines to generate electricity. And so there's a few different cooling types. And so the type of cooling system that you have sort of dictates the amount of withdrawal or consumption that you have. So if you look at these on the right, these two graphics, the top is a once through cooling system. So that's going to have high withdrawals, very low consumption, because you're not evaporating water through a cooling tower. You are simply taking that water in off of a freshwater body or from groundwater, whatever your source is. You're running it through your system, you're adding a little bit of heat to it, and then you're discharging that back to whatever water body your discharge point is. For recirculating cooling towers, we're going to take that water in, we're going to circulate it multiple times through our cooling system. And so you've got a cooling tower that's going to result in evaporative losses. So the recirculating cooling systems are going to add some consumption to that because you're evaporating that water, but it decreases massively the amount of withdrawals that you're pulling off of the river. There's also dry cooling technologies out there. We don't currently have any dry cooling technologies in our service territory. There's a lot of dry cooling technologies utilized out west where water resources are much more scarce, but we don't currently have any dry cooling systems in our service territory. So this changed color on me. I wanted to sort of give an overview of the Southern Company's water use. And this is a similar graphic to what Jennifer showed earlier, but instead of showing just Georgia Power, this shows all of Southern Company. And I'll get to Georgia Power in just a minute, but it shows how since in the last 20 years, 15 to 20 years, we've decreased our withdrawals for power production by about 70%. And this is due in a large amount to closure of once through cooled power plants, coal power plants that had once through cooling. So you can also see along the bottom, this blue bar shows that our consumption levels have remained pretty much the same. And so that is water use for Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi power plants. And then I wanted to zoom in a little bit on Georgia Power, because Georgia Power in the last, 20 years has slowly closed all of their once through coal power plants. So I think that the way that Georgia Power is utilizing water currently is going to be very similar to how all of our new generation is going to look. And so Georgia Power has reduced their water withdrawals by 90% in the last 20 years. And so they've gone from about 2,800 million gallons per day to around 288 million gallons per day in 2023. And so the water consumption rate does remain relatively the same. But what I want to tell from even just this story looks good in reducing our withdrawals, but I think adding a layer onto this makes this story look even more promising, because you can see over time our residential kilowatt hour sales have increased. So what does that mean? That means that we are producing more power and reducing our water withdrawals and maintaining our water consumption. So our water intensity, the amount of water that we are withdrawing and consuming per kilowatt hour, is decreasing. And so that comes from from closing once through plants, that comes from increasing efficiencies of our thermal plants, that comes from adding renewable energy. And so we're actively working on ways that we can improve our water use for power generation. Another layer to that is the load growth that we're seeing. Right now, we're seeing a ton of load growth in Georgia. We're also seeing it start to pick up in Alabama and Mississippi. There's a few reasons for this. So we've got increasing population. Catherine talked about Bama Rush, and so we've got all these people moving down into the southeast, the Bama Rush effect, I guess we can call it. But so we've got increased population, people moving into our states. We've got data centers, so we've got new industrial customers, residential customers, and all of these customers have energy and water needs. And so how are we providing energy to them as they move into this state and sharing those water resources in a way that meets everyone's needs? I think additionally, electrification and the deployment of new technologies, whether that is hydrogen or low carbon fuels, can also have further impacts as you bring in electric cars, or as industrial facilities work to meet their net zero goals. They may be trying to electrify processes or convert hard to electrify processes that utilize high heat to technologies like hydrogen that also require water and electricity. And so we are actively working to build out new generation to meet the demand. And so all of those generation sources are going to have water impacts, whether they're direct or indirect impacts. So some direct impacts would be additions for cooling, but indirect impacts could be considerations for renewable energy, like stormwater runoff, land use changes that change the way that water acts as it flows across the land that you are using for those projects. And so you can see that over the last, I think this is since 2007, we've really decreased and changed our energy mix. And so I think we will continue to evolve that energy mix, and water is definitely one of the considerations that we are thinking through as we continue to deploy new technologies. As far as research and development, we are already doing a lot of work in this area, specifically focused on water. So we, in fact, at Plant McDonough, right behind us, we have our Water Research and Conservation Center that we do a lot of research on thinking through efficiency improvements for our power plants. We think about advanced cooling technologies. We think about utilization of alternative water sources. Also thinking about water chemistry and water treatment in particular. We've been able to do a lot of great work there at one of our other power plants at that Plant Bowen. We've done a lot of work on new regulatory requirements for coal power plants and being able to find economic solutions to comply with new regulatory requirements. And that was a direct result of the work that we have done at these research centers. And so we're also thinking about water requirements for low carbon resources, which I know Marta is going to talk about, water requirements for hydrogen and things like that. So there's a big opportunity here, I think, to think about what are the ways that we use water, whether it's in a power plant, whether it's in an industrial facility, and what are the common technologies that we can think through and deploy that can be utilized cross-sectorally. So one project that I wanted to highlight that I think is going to be really important moving forward in the Southeast in terms of water reuse. So we are currently kicking off an alternative water project at the Water Research and Conservation Center to take treated municipal wastewater and look at it as an alternative cooling water source. And so what we want to do is we have a pilot scale cooling loop at the facility. And so we can take water from another source and we can run it through that cooling system and mimic the same setting that we would see in a full-scale power plant. So we've got a condenser, a boiler, a cooling tower, and so we can operate that facility in a way that mimics what we would see in a full-scale power plant and be able to test this new water or any other technology that we could potentially deploy in a full-scale setting on a small scale at this facility. And so we want to identify operational and treatment challenges due to the changes in water quality that we would see from river water to municipal effluent water so that we can identify solutions to overcome those challenges. And so that, I think, is a perfect example of the opportunity that we have in the Southeast to look at water reuse opportunities. And so I listed out a few other opportunities. I think that building on the existing foundation of research that we've been doing for years at Southern Company is a really great place to start. And then it's been talked about today. I wish I had the map that Catherine and Jennifer both showed of the state of Georgia, because you can see, what is it, the middle Chattahoochee and the Savannah upper Ogeechee that cross state lines, right? That there's no political boundaries for these watersheds, right? And so I think it's important for us to figure out ways to work with interstate planning tools and develop these relationships across the entire Southeast to enable the deployment of these different demonstrations and to have successful water planning as a region and not just as a state. And then, of course, water reuse. I think that some opportunities in that area could be modeling and thinking about how can we maybe think about looking at being able to have modeling tools that enable it to be easier to site a facility and look at where there are water reuse opportunities that match up with the needs of that project. And so helping customers or industrial facilities be able to site their facilities in a way that enables them to take in these alternative water sources and use them, because Catherine said, you know, being at the headwaters, we don't have that much water, so we want to reuse. And so I think that there's opportunities. You've just got to make those connections and figure out where that opportunity is as far as who is discharging and who needs that water. And then enabling technologies that make it economical to do that rather than just pulling off the river. So low carbon resources, I'm going to leave that to Marta. I think there's a huge opportunity there as well as we start to look at developing hydrogen or low carbon fuels and things like that. So, and then I think there could be some new opportunities for applying technologies in different ways. But I think I may be out of time, so I'll just wait for questions, but thank you.
Right off to a good start. Thank you, Rebecca. That was very good. So as she mentioned, our next speaker is Marta Hatzel from Georgia Tech. Looking forward to seeing some hard tech discussions.
Alright. Interestingly, I'm Marta Hatzel. I'm a professor at Georgia Institute of Technology and Mechanical and Chemical Engineering, and 3:30 is usually the prime time for students. But that's because they usually get up around noon. But for you all, so I'll try to keep this entertaining, but I have the same title because this is the title of this whole section, which is focused on energy. And some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about, which Rebecca mentioned, is alternative fuels. Sometimes alternative fuels can seem like a long ways away, but I would argue that people thought the same thing about battery technologies, and they rapidly have deployed it in a decade time span. There's a lot of development that goes, like decades that go into developing these things, and then they can rapidly enter the marketplace quite quickly. And I think renewable fuels could follow a same trajectory as we're seeing with batteries. And so I'm going to talk to you about that today. If you're familiar with the Department of Energy, for the last decade, they've kind of been showing this diagram here. If you haven't, who has seen this diagram right here? Okay. Maybe 5 or 10 of you. Okay, so this is a really important diagram that the Department of Energy made. And what they show is that there's a growing amount of energy. And we see that this is going to take place with this new administration too. How do we put as much energy and load on the electrical grid? And then you need to also, as we know, you're going to have to put storage on that electric grid as well, so that you can balance, especially the renewables. We're building storage as quick as possible, but there is this idea that you can also send some of this electricity into other devices, which then can generate hydrogen. There's a lot of different technologies that can be used. Some are based off of fossil fuels, like steam methane reforming. Some are based off of clean energy technologies like water electrolysis. But the idea is that you can feed some of that electricity into this hydrogen generation technology and create this molecule H2. You don't need to be a chemist to know that what H2 is, but it's two protons that come together. And protons are really, really important for they're the building blocks to make any other chemical, essentially. So the idea is that if we can take this renewable electricity, which is maybe fleeting and dependent on time, and store it in hydrogen, we have a molecule that can be a building block for basically everything that we use in society. It can be used as, you can just combust hydrogen, just like you combust natural gas if you wanted to, and you can use that for transportation. You can also send it through other technologies like fuel cells, and therefore you're not combusting hydrogen, and it's actually a much more efficient process. And again, you can get transportation. You can get synthetic fuels. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But you can also use hydrogen is a critical for making NH3, which is ammonia, which is fertilizer. And hydrogen is also used for metal production, chemical production, and heat production. So it's really this catch-all form of energy, hydrogen, that can be used for a lot. But the key is that it's really reliant on water. And so that's kind of why it's a topic in this workshop. I also mentioned synthetic fuels here. Synthetic fuels require that H2O, water, which we're talking about today, but also carbon dioxide. And so there's this general idea that you can create these, if you take CO2 from the atmosphere or from the exhaust of a power plant, where you have an abundance of CO2, you capture the CO2, you have some sort of technology that couples these two chemistries together, you can make syngas, and then you can take that syngas, run it through some sort of traditional process, refining process like the Fischer-Tropsch, or some innovative new approach, and you can get traditional hydrocarbons, which we mine today, gasoline, diesel, methanol. And so instead of getting gasoline, diesel, or methanol from, some refinery, we'd be getting it from CO2 from the atmosphere and H2O. And then the idea is that, again, you can use those fuels to augment aviation. And why do you want to do this? Well, it creates this circular carbon economy. And for quite some time, we've been thinking that we need to reduce our carbon emissions, perhaps get to net zero carbon emissions. And if we did this, this would be a way to make aviation, for instance, net zero carbon emissions. You still would be emitting carbon dioxide, but if all of the jet fuel that you use came from the emitted CO2 that came from the exhaust of the jet plane, it would be at least net zero. It's not perfect. It's not perfectly clean, but it's at least net zero. So this is kind of why people have been really interested in coming up with these alternative fuels like hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, or lithium liquid fuels. Beyond transportation, as Rebecca kind of mentioned, there's also been a growing interest in co-feeding hydrogen into your power plants today. So displacing a portion of that fossil fuels that goes into the power plant and supplementing it with hydrogen. It burns differently, so it's going to create a different heat transfer profile, and it's going to change maybe some of the gas turbine requirements. But essentially, you can keep the power plant all the same and slowly put in this carbon neutral fuel. When you burn hydrogen, of course, you're not emitting CO2, so then you could decrease the carbon emissions of the power plants. So co-firing has been a growing interest, sustainable aviation, maritime transport, which again, we sometimes forget when we are based in Atlanta region, but it has been mentioned. Savannah is a big port, and it's only growing, especially with a lot of the infrastructure and a lot of companies starting to come towards Georgia. So decarbonization of maritime with alternative fuels and also trucking. And so this is kind of the focus area, but I just want to underscore again, water is a critical element or molecule that's needed for all of these carbon neutral fuels. This kind of shows you this idea. So you have different energy sources, the technologies that can make these carbon neutral fuels. You can use heat, you can use electricity, you can use sunlight. You have various technologies, thermolysis, thermochemical cycles, low temperature electrolysis or high temperature, or even photosynthesis. And there's even bio-based approaches to making them. But in every single one of these different technologies, you see water is one of those feedstocks. And so that's one of the main considerations when moving forward to these alternative fuels is where do you get that water from, and is it a significant amount of water that's needed to make the volume of liquid fuels or gaseous fuels that you need. So here's some of the projections. This is just hydrogen. This doesn't hit on sustainable aviation fuels, but just to put it in perspective, today it's about 100 metric tons of hydrogen are produced per year. And all of that hydrogen that's produced per year goes to produce ammonia. Much of that ammonia goes to fertilizer production. A portion of it goes to refining, and some of it goes to iron and steel production. So very big commodities. The projected increases in hydrogen over the next couple of decades suggest that you could get up to 500 metric tons of hydrogen per year. And there's a variety of applications, as I've already alluded to, from syn fuels being one opportunity, but also just power generation, transportation, and just industrial uses of hydrogen. And so this is just the projections on hydrogen and the various industries. But ultimately, there's a projected capacity increase of around 6 times by 2050, and so that's only 25 years away. So now to get to the water part of this, there's a lot of different technologies being explored for making hydrogen. Coal gasification has historically been one avenue to generate hydrogen. One thing that I've noticed when reviewing the literature, when looking at water technologies and energy technologies and power technologies, we use a lot of different units. And so I apologize. I tried to normalize some of these. Here it's all liters of water per kilogram of hydrogen produced. If you want to think about it from power generations, maybe millions of metrics of BTUs and gallons of water might be more recognizable. But you can see coal gasification, steam methane reforming. This renewable electrolysis is what we call green hydrogen. And then steam methane reforming with carbon capture. One of the critical bottlenecks with hydrogen and these renewable fuels is that if you start off with a fossil-based feedstock, it really doesn't help with the carbon life cycle carbon emissions of the hydrogen. And so ultimately, a lot of people are interested in these green hydrogen approaches. But independent on what color hydrogen you have, the amount of water needed to produce the hydrogen is quite similar. It's on 100 to 200 gallons per million metric BTUs. And if you multiply that by the 6 times increase in capacity over the next 20 years, it is significant. This is another paper here which tried to talk about the consumption and withdrawal and consumptions of water that would be required for the hydrogen economy. And the main takeaway from this paper was that it's not a large amount of water to meet all hydrogen requirements, but it's still a significant on the order of less than agriculture and less than power production, but still in that same range. And so I think it's still, even though it may not be the largest concern for water consumption, it's still going to be a concern for water consumption if the hydrogen production continues to move at the same pace that it's projected at. So this is just a little bit to put this in perspective. Why do we care about hydrogen in Georgia? So if you follow what's happening in Georgia, we're seeing a lot of companies move here. This has kind of been mentioned already by Catherine and others. And one of those companies is Hyundai. And they have their mega plant for their batteries, but what they're really trying to do is make sure that all of their logistics are clean. And so to do that, they've actually started to bring in a fleet of hydrogen-based basically trucks so that they can be shipping from Savannah to their meta plant with carbon neutral fuels. And this was even endorsed by Governor Kemp as a couple years ago. And so this is a growing, essentially what they want to invest is in a hydrogen mobility value chain. And so what else is happening in Georgia? We have our first green hydrogen plant, which is down in Woodbine, Georgia. So right here in southeast Georgia. And it's producing 440 megawatts of liquid green hydrogen. And then even as recently as, I think it was only maybe early January of this year, Hydrofleet decided to also invest $33 million in a hydrogen refueling station in Georgia. So I mean, we're not, a mega, as you can see, a lot of, this is where all of the hydrogen plants are across the United States. There's quite a lot of large hydrogen taking place in Texas, some smaller ones in California, but we are starting to see, especially because of Hyundai, some hydrogen plants being put into Georgia. So just moving quickly forward, sustainable aviation. Georgia is also well known, as was mentioned by Catherine earlier. You all flew into the airport. We have a really big emphasis on aerospace and defense in the state of Georgia. And one thing that has started to grow is the use of sustainable aviation fuels. And this is kind of the projected fuel market. And you can get the sustainable aviation fuels from bio-oils and algae, lignin, sugars, or even CO2. But the summary here is that they all come with different water footprints associated with them. And this is some data that kind of shows you where the water footprint is. A lot of it's in with the refinery, but it's on the order of a half of a footprint, a liter per megajoule of sustainable aviation fuel. And this is, as you can see here, you need to grow the crop and add water, and then take that feedstock and convert it all the way into that sustainable aviation fuel. Trying to move forward, it's stalled here. But the idea is there's a lot of different feedstocks. If you're going to use agriculture to make the feedstock, to make the fuel, that's going to require a lot of water. And that's why a lot of people have started to move towards using waste biomass sources. In the slides that would come next, that's something that we actually have in abundance here in Georgia as well. With a lot of our paper and pulp industry, we have an excess of lignin and black liquor that could be refined further to this valuable commodity, sustainable aviation fuel. But one of the challenges there is in separating out the lignin from the water and recovering the water. Looks like it's frozen. Yeah, and so because of time, I'll finish up here and I'll just say, you know, in addition to Hyundai kind of growing our industry in hydrogen, we have LanzaTech, who is based in Georgia, who is looking at getting sustainable aviation from sugar and also lignin. And they built their first pilot plant in Georgia, located in Woodbine. And so just opportunities here. I think there's a lot of opportunities for looking at specifically waste recycling at paper and pulp plants, and looking at how that could augment the sustainable aviation fuels industry, water treatment in general for making this clean hydrogen. But I think also a significant amount of planning tools and models are needed to assess the hydrogen infrastructure requirements, and also to assess the actual power and transportation needs for SAF. So with that, I will answer questions on the panel.
That was a good talk. We heard a little bit about closing the loop in that talk and in other talks today. And just in the spirit of closing loops, I want to welcome up Commissioner Tricia Pridemore from the Georgia Public Services Commission. I know that when you're in a role like that, you have to close the loop with all kinds of different stakeholders and make sure you're pleasing everyone. So welcome.
Or no one.
Or no one. Just make everybody, the same amount angry.
Good afternoon. It is great to be with you all. Thank you for this opportunity to chat today. When I was first asked to come and talk, which by the way, great job, Rebecca, great job, Marna. I thought, what in the world, all of these brilliant scientists put together to talk about the water electricity nexus, what would you ever want with a financial regulator? So, but I was gonna make sure that during this time, I talked about some of the trends that we're seeing nationally. So in addition to being a Georgia Public Service Commissioner, which I'm very proud to serve the entire state of Georgia, there are 5 of us that do this work. We are financial and market regulators first and foremost. Our Environmental Protection Division of the Department of Natural Resources does our environmental work on behalf of the state. But I also serve as the president of the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, NARUC, as we call it. is the combination of all 50 states and American territories. We get together 3 times a year, and every month we meet within our respective committees to help solve comprehensive national policy issues. I've been involved in NARUC in the last 7 years since I've served on the commission. Was elected president in November of last year, and have served in a variety of different leadership capacities since I've been involved. The goal behind NARUC is to manage the challenges that we all face as states, but do them through the use of best practices and things that we've learned at our requisite commissions. We do bring in environmental regulators as well, and scientists such as yourself to be able to help us to solve some of these issues. One of which has to do with the water electricity nexus. We are a state here in Georgia. We do not regulate water companies, and we are just over half of the states don't regulate water. But we've noticed, though, as we continue to provide more renewable assets within our electric generation mix and start to have conversations about more biogas and renewable products within our gas mix, we found that the water committee really did need some help. And so one of my first things that I've done as NARUC president, and with the assistance of the past president, now Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak, we broke down the silos so that you could serve on the water committee and any other energy committee as well. Because we're finding time and time again, these water issues are coming before our commissions. We want to make sure that we have a balance of natural resources, and there's nothing within the action that's depleting, even though that we're not responsible for the environmental aspects of the cases that come before us. Here in Georgia, we're a vertically integrated state with a great deal of work and oversight into what happens at Georgia Power. Georgia Power, as Rebecca mentioned, is one of the 3 operating companies of the Southern Company. And many of us consider us old-fashioned in that we're not part of a regional transmission operator or a multi-state independent systems operator. We manage a vertical integration path through a comprehensive IRP process. I recognize some faces in the room, such as Bob, who's very involved in this at the commission as an intervener. The comprehensive IRP allows the state to work with the operating company to present a 20-year path for generation and a 10-year path for transmission. It's this planning process that is fully comprehensive, where it takes us a year to plan for it, a year to execute it, and then a year to implement it through a series of RFPs. It gives the state a great deal of oversight and to ensure that our goals are being accomplished, that we're in a position to generate the necessary power that we need to fuel our state. Georgia is, for the last 11 years, the #1 state in which to do business. We're commonly heralded as the #1 or #2 place for new data center growth to come. And because of that, we're seeing a lot of interest in the energy sector in our state. Some of the things that you mentioned, Marta, we were involved with the LanzaJet project. So even though we're not environmental regulators, these companies that are moving to Georgia, they come to the commission. They want to talk with us about the work that we're doing, and they want to see where the 5 of us and our staff, where we're leaning, and how we're going to manage this integrated resource planning challenge. On the gas side, that's where LanzaJet comes in. LanzaJet, to be able to, and if you saw in your picture, one of those tiny little heads, and that was me, to work on provisioning pipeline infrastructure to help LanzaJet produce this clean, sustainable aviation fuel. And that was something that was first brought to the commission. It was something that was kind of surprising to us. But being the home of Delta Airlines and Gulfstream, we had many companies that spent time with the commission and commission staff to explain that. We operate something through the state called the Universal Service Fund on the gas side that gives us a little bit of flexible economic development money to help companies just exactly like LanzaTech's LanzaJet. And we used it so that they could do a pipeline extension, so they could have access to take the materials that they're producing at LanzaJet and put it into the pipeline system to be able to move it across the state to serve the customers they're selling. So it's an exciting time to be here. We have a great number of renewable companies that have chosen Georgia as their home. Q Cells to be one of them. We've got solar panels being manufactured in North Georgia. We have batteries being manufactured in a couple locations across the state. We're of course very excited about the Hyundai electric vehicle plant near Savannah, as well as the proposed Rivian site that's near Social Circle, Georgia. The commission is involved in all of those things in one way or another, but our positive regulatory environment is really what makes that possible. We don't sit there like 5 judges passing judgment. We work, myself in particular, I can only speak for myself, but I try to work very collaboratively with the customers and with the utilities so we can design a system that meets their needs, but does so by having the organization that benefits off of that to be responsible for the costs of it. And there's no greater example than the work we've done so far in data centers. So last year, in late 2023, Georgia Power came to the commission seeking an interim integrated resource plan with an additional 7,100 megawatts of new electric generation to serve the need of data centers and new onshoring of manufacturing. You can only imagine what 5 commissioners and our staff said to Georgia Power after we had just gone through an 11-year project on Plant Vogtle Units 3 and 4, which is the country's first new nuclear in 30 years. It was an arduous, detailed, transparent, and sometimes painful process, but it got done. And we're very, very proud of Plant Vogtle 3 and 4. So imagine when they came to us and said, we need more capacity. We've got more on our plate than we could possibly generate for. So we did an interim IRP, walked through the process with them, and a big piece of that was getting these key customers involved to ensure that we could satisfy their needs, that we could build out the generation and transmission that they sought to be successful in our state, but to do so on their own so that we didn't have to worry about the cost implication to residential ratepayers and other C&I, commercial industrial customers. So we worked out a plan with these companies and put them on a rule set where the rule set allows them to pay over a scheduled series of payments for the generation, transmission, and distribution that they need for the real estate and the location that they've set. And then at the same time, they've signed 15-year contracts with Georgia Power. So we know that they've got the staying power. This is a trend that we're seeing across the country right now as data center growth is just exploding. One of my themes of work as Navy president this year is on meeting this new demand. We're not the only state going through this. There are dozens of states that are looking at this process and trying to determine how as a country and how as their requisite states, they're going to be able to meet the charges of this new demand. In Georgia, we were a little bit early and we did it first. Our friends in Virginia have as well. And we believe that we built a system that protects the rest of the payer class and other classes, while at the same time allows us to serve these customers that are really game changers for us as a state. Not only do these data centers want to be located near where the load is or where their customers are, they also need the workforce to be able to do that. And Georgia's uniquely positioned to do it with our friends at Georgia Tech and our friends at University of Georgia and other research institutes across the country or across the state. We've got a workforce that's very desirable to them. We also have a business base that's very desirable to them. And we have local county governments where this tax support is very desirable to them. We're looking at data center construction projects now that extend well beyond the 10-year period. So from start to finish, the entire project might take as long as 10 years. AWS, Amazon Web Services, announced their $11 billion investment in Georgia late last year. That's a 10-year project. We know that we have some with Microsoft that are already in the queue, and we'll see what comes next. But we want to continue to remain a state that's open for business and still with an eye towards having the cleanest possible energy that we can. Just so happens right now, we need a lot of it. And so I look forward to the rest of the discussion in the panel, and I yield back my time.
a good variety of perspectives. Getting ready to get another one from a forester. I would just note that we're talking about cycles of water, cycles of hydrogen, and both those things cycle significantly through forests. So we're going to hear a little bit about that from an economist. Come on up, Justin from NC State.
I've worn a lot of hats over the years, right? So agricultural economist, water economist, forest economist, climate economist. So forest economist works for now. But I'm gonna, so first off, I wanna, First off, I wanna say thank you to the committee for this invitation. It's great to be here today. And I wanna thank my esteemed and fantastic co-panelists here for great talks already. Unfortunately, I have to end the day with me. It is what it is. We'll muddle through this together, get to the panel discussion so we get back to some interesting Q&A. Same title as the other talks. Kara mentioned we've had a series of talks here about closing the loop. I'm an economist. I'm going to take us back to the obscure and somewhat hypothetical and talk about expanding the scope of the loop, right? To where we're not just focused on engineering processes and sort of direct interdependencies between energy and water systems, but we're also interested in markets. And we're interested in kind of indirect linkages between energy, water, and where I work, where I sit, land use systems. So I'll talk mostly about this idea of kind of expanding the loop and thinking about indirect effects through the context of land use systems. And when I say land use systems, I'm primarily talking about agriculture and forestry, but this can also be the demand for land resources for other purposes, urban development, for instance, industrial developments, transmission and distribution infrastructure, which is something that hasn't been discussed much today, but it remains a pretty critical energy challenge. So today, in our pretty well-defined loop, we've sort of discussed what I like to think of as sort of direct nexus connections, right? So certain energy technology has a certain demand for water, either for cooling purposes or to grow dedicated energy feedstocks that go into some sort of biofuel, bioenergy process. Those are sort of direct consumptive interactions between these systems, and they're really critically important, right? Same thing on the water side. Energy demands to extract, to transport, to distribute, to store water resources. There's some pretty clear engineering challenges associated with these relationships and some real opportunities to define interventions that really increase the water use efficiency or the energy use efficiency within these systems, right? So these are sort of these direct interdependencies. These are great. That's the reason we're here. But I think it's also equally important to talk about indirect connections, right? So these are the connections that exist when we think more holistically about the energy water system as part of a broader socioeconomic system that is linked to, in particular, the land use sectors, right? So what do I mean by that, right? So in my space, we talk a lot about leakage. This concept of leakage is if we have a policy or programmatic investment or some new technology intervention that takes up space in location A, maybe that changes economic production and consumption patterns in location B, right? And so maybe thereby reduces the environmental or the sustainability focus of the original investment or the original policy, right? So an example here in the energy water nexus space, well, I'll get to some examples in a bit, but really think of these as sort of policy-driven changes and say water use for conventional or dedicated energy feedstock production. So this isn't sort of the direct demand of the resource. This is more of the aftermath of some implemented policy change or of some socioeconomic paradigm shift, like rapidly increasing energy and water demands for data centers, right? So this is the ripple effect that occurs sort of outside of that direct energy water system of interest, right? So expanding our loop. So why am I going to talk about land use? Well, so land use, it turns out, is a really critical and I would say underappreciated component of the energy water nexus, right? So we need land in particular for the development of renewable technologies. But we also need land for water and energy distribution. We need land for housing. There's a lot of uncertainty in what future land use patterns might look like under socioeconomic pressures, under policy pressures from the energy and water systems, and frankly, in response to climate change, where we may see some migration. In general, when we think about what the actual land footprint of the energy system is, it's fairly small. Even if we were to transition to this hypothetical kind of 100% clean energy type of scenario, you're looking at a land resource demand of something in the order of magnitude of the size or the land footprint of the U.S. railroad system, right? Not insignificant, but certainly, we're not talking about solar panels that cover the entire Midwest, right? That said, we can't just identify a single point in space. The deserts of Nevada or Arizona, where we have limited populations, to site all of this renewable energy infrastructure. So it's a little bit more complicated than a kind of a contribution analysis like this might indicate. I would say maybe a little bit misleading. I think the pressures that an evolving energy mix put on land use and landowners are frankly underappreciated. And so I'll talk about a couple of examples. First, I want to talk about bioenergy. We haven't talked about it much today, except for some examples in the hydrogen context. There's a lot of biomass out there on the landscape in the U.S., especially in the South. I know we're not a huge agricultural region, but we have massive forest resources here. And I mean, truly, truly massive potential for small diameter roundwood to contribute to energy goals in the U.S. South. These are forests that are seeing declining market demands from traditional pulp and paper producers. And frankly, if we don't find alternative markets for some of these small diameter, lower value trees, we're going to see degraded forest health long term. We're going to see the buildup of biomass in a way that raises wildfire risk across the South, and we're going to limit rural economic development opportunities. So enter BECCS, or bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, right? So I wanted to talk about this today briefly because I think it's kind of an interesting test case in the energy water nexus that sort of has a big scope, some potential, but some really unclear water energy challenges that we need to be sorting out as a scientific community. So why BECCS? Well, it provides sort of baseload power with carbon dioxide removal. It can be produced from a variety of feedstocks. So here, the ones listed include forest residues, ag residues, mostly waste. But I would argue that, actual use of lower valued roundwood is certainly viable as well. BECCS has long been recognized in the integrated assessment modeling community. And there's a lot of debate about this in the literature and the climate policy community, but the models tell us that there's a lot of opportunities with this particular technology to support broader global decarbonization pathways, right? So one of the most cost-efficient transition pathways to climate stabilization occurs through large-scale global deployments of BECCS. So burning biomass to generate electricity, capturing the CO2, piping it, storing it underground in perpetuity. Okay. Another reason I'm talking about it is we have substantial biomass potential just in the U.S. South, right? So this is a figure from the billion-ton report. Again, a little bit misleading. So the billion-ton report is interesting. It's an enormous and just incredible exercise that the Department of Energy goes through, but they sort of are limited in the feedstocks that they're looking at. And so in the U.S. South, there's a ton of potential here, but it's mostly what the billion-ton report is looking at here are sort of residual feedstocks, right? This isn't really accounting for that really large stock of small diameter, lower valued roundwood that's out there on the landscape. So you're just going to have to trust me that there's just a really enormous amount of biomass out there already that we need to find market demands for. There's been some other work sort of looking at coupled systems. Where do we have high biomass supply? Where are the ideal kind of geological sequestration sites for storing that CO2 underground? And then using models to help us come come up with various configurations of what these designs might look like. Drax Biomass is a public announcement. They created a new subsidiary that's US based. They're looking for kind of US investments in new BECCS facilities. We have some BECCS facilities that are co-located with ethanol plants all across the Midwest, at least half a dozen, I think. So there is growing interest and growing actual dollars being invested in this technology. That said, despite the potential benefits here, there's concerns over food versus fuel, and some of the water-related co-costs of BECCS are really unclear. I think the literature is just kind of getting around to thinking about what for instance, groundwater quality impacts of CO2 injection might be, taking lessons learned from rapid expansion and hydrofracking. Some other land use interactions I think that are really important to the South: utility scale solar, right? So solar is interesting, very minimal water demands, declining infrastructure costs, right? So the cost of panels has gone down substantially, which is why we continue to see investment in solar, but it's land intensive, right? And so the most efficient solar comes whenever we buy up large plots of land, or not buy up, lease up large plots of land, invest solar panels intensively, and generate energy whenever we can. There's intermittency of concerns, of course, as well. We can't generate electricity at night. So there is kind of a growing chorus, I would say, within agricultural interest groups that, hey, we need to kind of slow down the amount of ag land that we're losing to solar leases. This is locking up valuable farmland for 20, 30, 40 years. And I that sort of resonates with me. I think it's a risk as well. I think that there's a lot of pressure on farmland already for residential development, so this is just one more competing use that's coming in. That said, you can't ignore the differentials in lease rates, right? So right now in the state of North Carolina, somewhere between $400 to $1,000 per acre guaranteed to landowners for 20 to 30-year contracts. That's a massive amount of money. The cash rents associated with leasing your land out to somebody who would come in and grow crops on it, or maybe 1/10 of that, right? So that's the scale we're talking about, an order of magnitude difference in the revenues that you might get from leasing your land out for solar. Okay. Interagrivoltaics, the land sharing solution, right? So agrivoltaics is another interesting sort of take on solar investments in agriculture. Was touched on briefly in an earlier talk. So, this is a joint production system that allows us to sort of co-produce crops and solar generation. You can also think of this as opportunities for grazing small livestock kind of underneath panels. And so you configure panels in a way that they're raised up a little bit higher, right? So there's more of an infrastructure cost, higher upfront cost. But you can also configure panels in a way that maximizes some of the potential benefits that these panels might actually provide to the crops. Now, what do I mean by that? Some crops actually do benefit from partial shading during the day because it sort of lowers the heat of the soil itself. It lowers water losses. It can actually lead to water savings benefits. There's been quite a few tests different parts of the world, including out west in California for different crops. Some crops hate it, right? Tomatoes love sunshine, and they'll love sunshine all the time. They don't necessarily need constantly wet soils. So you don't want to couple agrivoltaics with tomato production. I would say that the reason this is gaining interest. Oh no, I don't know what I did. All right. I would say that one of the main reasons this is growing in interest, though, is that it relaxes that intrinsic pressure on the demand for land, right? So by investing in a joint production system, you're maybe saving land that would be, otherwise lost to a more permanent solar-only kind of investment. So we've been doing some modeling around agrivoltaics just to talk about sort of expanding the scope and what I mean by that. And so this is some work that we're doing in California right now, where we've built kind of a system of hydroeconomic models that allow us to run long-term intertemporal optimization scenarios of land and water resource use across the Central Valley under different policy assumptions, right? So I mentioned earlier, I'm interested in policy change and the and that how that influences resource demands across the nexus. So this is an example, right? So in this case, we're looking at kind of three different visions of the future. One, sort of agriculture only. We're going to let business as usual continue to operate in the Central Valley, grow this variety of specialty crops that we grow, and we can sort of track out depletion effects in groundwater stocks over time. Second case, we allow for solar investments, but here it's really just targeted solar only. So you're setting ag land aside for solar, you're letting solar compete with agriculture directly. And then a third case where we allow agrivoltaics. And so one of the things that we see that we find that's interesting is whenever you allow solar only or agrivoltaics, we actually do see benefits, co-benefits to water resource systems, right? We're saving groundwater, but it's not uniform. And so you end up with this water leakage effect. So areas where we're seeing more conversion of land into solar or agrivoltaics, we see a nice groundwater benefit, but that's essential, that ends up extensifying and intensifying crop production in other parts of the Central Valley. And so, again, the spatial scope of the impacts across the nexus, I think really warrant a lot of consideration. Another thing though that this study taught us, and this is something that a PhD student just defended last week, so it's not published yet. So, still work to do. But if we're linking up potential investments in these land sharing technologies like agrivoltaics with other policy goals, in this case, SGMA, I mentioned that earlier, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, we ran a series of, well, let me get to the punchline. Punchline is you can actually significantly reduce your compliance costs of these really stringent groundwater sustainability targets by increasing investments in agrivoltaics. How does that happen? Or what do we do sort of specifically? We developed a series of hypothetical scenarios looking at a proportionate reduction in the availability of groundwater to farmers. And then we sort of looked at the cost savings potential relative to a case where we don't allow for solar investments. All right, I'm gonna get to the end here. Some key takeaways. Land use and management are a really underappreciated nexus components, and I think everybody in this room should be, hopefully we can reflect on that in the further discussions about prioritization. I think scenario analysis and modeling is really important here to identify areas of risk or unintended consequences of different investments. And finally, I think I just wanted to I actually added this bullet point in. The financial performance and the resilience of energy water nexus investments are really impacted by policy choices. One last word, disturbances really matter, right? So this is a figure, we've been in the process of trying to quantify kind of near and long-term impacts to the forest sector from Hurricane Helene. My gift, I guess, playing here. I think that there are some underappreciated connections here in the nexus related to disturbance risk and how it influences land use that we should also be reflecting on a bit, right? And so in the Helene example, massive disturbance comes through, wipes out a ton of trees, a ton of infrastructure across a region that we didn't even have on our radar as being risky. And then that's just step one or phase one. Phase two is the kind of incremental wildfire risk, disturbance risk, pest risk that comes to these forests that have already been pre-disturbed. And we're seeing some of that right now with fires ongoing in South Carolina and North Carolina. I'll end there.
The rest of the panelists can come on up. I have to bring that up. Comfy? Right. So some good talks here. One thing I wanted to bring up is several people were talking about decarbonization. Right. So here we're talking about the energy water nexus, but decarbonization is really pushing on the electrical sector. And to understand what that looks like, it's a huge shift for making electricity. Now, whether that process goes faster or slower, I think the next several years will have a lot to say about that, but I'm curious, what are your thoughts on how moving towards a decarbonized future would impact how water and energy get along with each other?
Well, I think you could start with the fact that, where states such as Georgia used to rely heavily on coal, coal is very water intensive. You look at the reduction of water that's used within the process of natural gas, that's huge. You also look at the economies of scale that a large scale nuclear plant like an AP1000 or a series of AP1000s like a Plant Vogtle, you're using a lot of water, but the amount of electricity that you're producing in exchange is so much greater. So, you could make the argument that over time you're using less water through that process. So I think that's going to have maybe a natural inertia. There's going to be a drive in that's going to happen naturally, just based upon the fact that we're going to continue to see coal less utilized in some parts of the country than others.
Yeah, and I think that, there's a variety of different low carbon, decarbonized energy generation technologies. And so I think that you have to look at a specific technology to understand the water impact that's going to have. Whereas like solar and wind have a low water footprint, adding carbon capture to a gas plant is going to increase your water use at that facility. And so I think that, but we just heard, the land impacts that solar has. So right, it's the second law of thermodynamics. You're going to have inefficiencies. You can't break even. And so putting downward pressure on one thing is inevitably maybe going to put upward pressure on another. So I think it's important that we weigh those different trade-offs and look for a balance, both from water, decarbonization, land, all of these different environmental aspects is important.
Just to add, I guess then it would be a 3 carbon, water, and energy. And looking at everything's in optimization. And so just to echo what Rebecca said, there are going to be decarbonization solutions that are not good for water. And so that's where the only benefit of decarbonization approaches is you have the opportunity with the modeling to project out and choose the right decarbonization pathway that doesn't make the water energy nexus greater.
Yes, so Marta, maybe just to add on that, I think that was a great point. One of the things that I've seen the climate policy and the integrated assessment modeling community doing lately is running a wide range of scenarios, not just looking at the carbon performance, but also looking at water-related indicators, nutrients, biodiversity-related indicators. And so you can get kind of a relative ranking of how different pathways affect different environmental or sustainability criteria that we care about to go above and beyond carbon.
So one thing I heard from Tricia was about firms getting benefits from new investments in the electrical infrastructure are being asked to kind of pony up so that the general ratepayer is made whole. Paying down those costs over 15 years, whatever. So I just threw this up. I just emailed this to Brian. You can see we're talking about some pretty complicated systems here. And I use this with some people at TVA occasionally to say, when you try and regulate a very complicated system with a fairly simple system, you get these unintended consequences, right? And I think we heard the phrase leakage, right? From you do one action and you've got second and third order effects that are doing things that you did not intend. So I'm curious, this is such a complex system. We've got some very academic folks at the table here, really at the forefront of some cutting edge things. And then we've got a couple people probably that are more at the end of retail politics, right? Of making practical solutions. So for some of these really complicated issues, how do we set up demonstrations that don't become so complicated that it takes dozens and dozens of engineers and planners to sort out, but that can be real tools in the hands of people that are boots on the ground making decisions. So that's a big windup, but
I'll start. So I think you've got to start with those people. You've got to start with a partnership with them, talking to them, understanding the need, but also understanding how they would utilize that, whatever technology. Like I said earlier, I think that should be one of the criteria, is having these industry partners that would ultimately be the end users of whatever technology you're trying to put in. I think that's important to being able to get the technology into the widespread industry.
I mean, I would argue that understanding or thinking about unintended consequences is a good academic and modeling exercise to help us avoid worst case scenarios, right? So there might be technologies that we don't want to pursue because these have a really high risk of regret, right? I would also say though that some level of unintended consequences, some level of leakage is probably okay and worth just sort of mentioning from a qualitative perspective. Carbon offset markets, for instance, leakage is a big deal, but it's sort of embedded in the price that companies or organizations will pay to purchase those offsets. And I've had conversations with entities that are willing to pay 50% or more of a leakage premium, reflecting high leakage potential offsets if they feel like the activity itself on the ground is making a discernible impact, right? So if the direct impact is strong enough, they're willing to pay that premium to account for leakage risk. So I think you acknowledge it for certain projects, but then maybe you use modeling as a criteria to narrow the list of potential projects.
Yeah, one thing you talked about, they're willing to pay a premium. One thing that I've seen in the market recently is some of the new data center developers, it's like an arms race, and they will pay literally any amount of money for speed, right? So how do we make sure that we put out demonstrations that move fast enough, right? For a topic like that, it's moving fast. Tricia mentioned people moving into to Georgia that we're doing. I tried to take a list. Electrolyzers, batteries, solar panels, all these different things. It's moving at speed. So the scale of demonstrations has got to keep up with the market or it's irrelevant, right? So have you got any thoughts about how fast we need to move? Do we need to have demonstrations on the ground in a year, 5 years, 10 years? What's the
That
relevant
happened
time?
2 years ago, is that okay? To your point though, that we're seeing manufacturing of products being used for cleaner energy and cleaner technology, and it's happening at the same rate that we've seen manufacturing grow and the same rate of construction and investment, land use. That has been a typical model, as if I was, gonna build a condiment factory, which there's one about 20 miles just west of us. Every condiment you get at a fast food restaurant is currently being packaged 20 miles that way. It smells great in there. But the data centers, the hyperscalers, it is as fast as they can get it. And they're looking for speed of assurance of speed is what they want. Cost is not what they want. Low cost, if you any software development project, I used to own a software company, 3 things. I can have it good, I can have it cheap, or I can have it fast, which I can only have 2 of the 3. Cost is not their consideration. They want quality and they want fast. And I think as much as we can learn through that process and maybe deploy some new technologies throughout that process, I think we should take advantage of this because cost is not their consideration. And the primary responsibility, I'll say it over and over again, every state regulator, no matter if they regulate water, if the water conversation or the water topic is part of their energy or their electricity decisions in their planning process or not, the number one thing that they're going to do is they're going to keep the energy flowing, they're going to keep the lights on. Second to that, and a very close second, is they're going to maintain and manage affordability. They're going to look at the affordability of their system and what it costs the average residential ratepayer and what it costs a small business to be able to operate. And that's been the same since we moved from being railroad commissioners to being utility commissioners.
Yeah, go for it.
Have you noticed then that utility commissions, I mean, in your position as the president of the group, are treating data centers in a very similar way across the United States, or are there differences among states and regions?
There are some differences, but for the most part, they're looking for creative ways to do the planning and the rate case to where it protects the rest of the rate base. And I think, candidly, I think it's an easy time for states and state commissions to do that because the overall utility sector in our country is only 5% of GDP. But without that, nothing else exists. And so you have AWS, Microsoft, Google, Meta, Apple making multi-billion-dollar investments in multiple states. And while they're trying to get the speed, the state commissions are trying to protect the rest of the rate base. The treatment of it is a little bit different. Like you might hear, well, this one has a tariff and this one has a rule set. At the end of the day, the goal is the same. It's just how they're getting there is what is a little different.
Right. I heard a headline earlier this week that for the first time in a long time, the United States is set to become a net food importer. I thought if any of these touch that issue, if anybody wants to jump in on that, what should we be thinking about there? Should we? I know it doesn't say food in our charge, but I think that's one of the things that several folks have indirectly hit at today.
I don't want to touch anything related to trade or tariffs right now.
Fair.
If we turn the recorder off, I might get my more candid.
Fair point.
I'll take his national answer, but give you a localized answer. What he was talking about, agrivoltaics is a conversation happening right now amongst policymakers in the legislature in Georgia, because Georgia is a huge agriculture state. It's still our #1 industry. And so there's a real movement to try to cut down on the amount of solar that's coming into the state. And there have been multiple years of legislation that has been dropped over there. And it is for that purpose. They're concerned about America and Georgia's position in being able to export agriculture products. We're #1 for chickens, probably didn't. We're #1 for chickens. We're #1 for peanuts. We're #2 for peaches. We're #2 for pecans. So there's a real consideration across the agriculture community as to what this means long term.
Right. So I'm curious. Kathy.
Yeah, I just have a question actually for Rebecca. You were saying that you're doing some research to try to figure out how municipal wastewater could be used for cooling. In Arizona, we've been using municipal wastewater for cooling in the largest nuclear plant, or one of the largest in the country, for more than 30 years. It might be 35. Just wondering whether there are things that are learnable from other places that could take the place of independent research.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had conversations with those folks. We're a part of the water reuse interest group at EPRI. We actually have a power plant that utilizes treated municipal wastewater for power plant operations and cooling. This is sort of a specific case study around a single plant to evaluate the water and look at the operational impacts specific to potentially converting a specific plant, just so that we understand the economics around it and the potential impacts before making a decision.
All right, any headline issues that we missed? What should we be thinking about as we set up advice on a good demonstration program around these issues?
I have a question for Justin, actually.
Not on trade, right?
So along the lines of good demonstration programs, obviously land use issues are incredibly local. And yet your point is incredibly compelling that we're missing significant parts of conversation if we just talk about energy and water. And so I'm wondering what in terms of a demonstration, what would be a good way of illustrating that without getting hyper local?
I mean, I'm a modeler. I sort of see everything in terms of how can we think about this system, build some sort of computational framework to build projections and compare alternative outcomes. Most of my work is sort of driven by the need to use empirical or modeling frameworks to quantify trade-offs of these types of investments. And so that's my sort of direct answer, but it's more of an academic exercise. I would say that probably the real value add here would be engaging with a diverse group of stakeholders that maybe fall outside of the sector of interest, right? So instead of just folks working in energy and water, bring farmers groups, bring landowners to the table, bring community leaders to the table. And I think that would help sort of expand the sectoral scope maybe of the demonstration project.
It's more like a process-based recommendation, which is an excellent one. I'm just wondering about the actual demonstration. But maybe you have an idea.
No, I think just modeling and learning, continuing to monitor data in real time and learn and adjust priors.
No, please.
I have a PSC question.
Sure.
With 3 caveats. I'm a water person. I'm not a proponent of water regulation through the PSC, and this is being recorded.
I like this.
So we don't have water systems pending current regulation being regulated by the PSC, but I wonder in your role nationally, whether you see benefits of that where energy and water are both regulated by the PSC, or whether it becomes so siloed that the conversation doesn't overlap anymore.
What's your name?
Catherine.
Catherine, I'm Tricia. Catherine, the number of conversations I have had with state commissioners that regulate water that are along those same lines, bugs on walls could tell stories. And I can tell you just from my own personal evaluation of these conversations, when this first became an idea, like, well, maybe the PSC needs to regulate water. And my first thought was not City of Atlanta or I quit. And I know it's being recorded.
We're DeKalb County.
Yeah, we're DeKalb. Yeah, but the large municipal water systems just. But this conversation around legislation for private water regulation. The commissioners that I've talked to, the single greatest challenge that they have, but they believe they've overcome, and they believe that they're the reason why it's getting better, is in this consolidation of all these small water companies. So we're seeing state after state that have, and Georgia is with that, where we have these small municipal or private water companies that are really financially struggling. And they're looking at what implementation of cleanup for PFAS, PFOA. That's another conversation. I realize we're being recorded, but that's a huge issue in their mindset as to what that's going to mean for those systems and if those systems can stay afloat, if they can afford it. And so the state commissioners regulate water believe that they've been able to be helpful in mergers and acquisitions and rate case activities to be able to improve that outcome. I'm only going off their word. I don't know if it's real or not, but their minds are on how to manage these small systems that look at real significant affordability challenges coming up quickly.
And Clifford had a question.
You showed how the energy mix has changed over time. Just curious, what were the factors that drove that change? And then where do you see 20, 30 years from now, what that energy mix will look like?
So factors that drive the change, I mean, we make a lot of decisions based on the technologies that are economical and are going to benefit our customers. And so, we've seen the cost of combined cycles and natural gas come down over the course of the last 20 years. And so we've built a lot of combined cycle power plants. We're building out a lot of renewable energy as far as solar right now. The cost of that has come down over the last several years. That has made it economical for us to be able to deploy those technologies. And so that's been a big factor in the shift, I think, is in terms of what does the energy mix look like in 20 years is anyone's guess. I think technologies are developing at a rapid rate. Our R&D organization is looking at technologies from hydrogen to carbon capture to advanced nuclear. And so we are actively a part of those conversations in the development of those technologies. And so we are working to have all of our eggs in our basket and options available to us. So hopefully, as things evolve, it'll become more clear, but that's sort of where we're at right now.
So is diversity of supply mix value in its own right?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are you guys looking at like virtual power plants and at all?
Do you mean like demand side management type of work?
Like, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're aware too, when they file the 3-year integrated resource plan with the commission, they also have to file a demand side management process that goes along with that. So we have a whole separate set of witnesses and hearings that are part of that same IRP umbrella, but it's DSM as well.
And I do think that there are interesting connections or like lessons to be learned from other places that have done larger scale virtual power plants. But I have a question for Rebecca about the chart you showed of the declining water withdrawals, flat water consumption. But then you added kilowatt hour sales of residential going up. I was wondering if you could explain why that, because my understanding was that overall sales of kilowatt hours have been relatively flat over that time.
So I don't know that I can speak to that difference. I would have to go back and look at the data and I can get back to you on that.
But there's not like a residential difference in the water consumption that was.
No, we don't break, yeah, we don't.
Just maybe a question that kind of gets at, echoes. So both in terms of, kind of the land perspective and with solar, obviously a fully distributed system kind of combats that a little bit, but I know at least in some cases, from what I've experienced, the solar interaction with companies, the residential buyback, the individual buybacks, I don't feel like that is as developed in this region as it is in other regions. And so by having again, it kind of gets towards this hyper local, but then you have, at times, 1 million, and then it's now no longer, it's a system that could be built out by just small regulatory, developments in, say, buyback programs. And so to some of the other questions, like a lot of the farmer perspective is, no, I don't want to cover my whole farm in solar panels, but maybe I would like to have some solar panels. Maybe that goes into agrivoltaics. Maybe it covers my retention pond and it produces evaporation. Maybe it's 2 or 3 acres of solar panels toward my 40-acre or 400-acre farm. So it's not usually one or the other. And a lot of times it's the farmer perspective. And so I'm just so the question is, in that sense of a very distributed system, is that actively sought out? You had a perspective, like from the energy perspective, and also from Justin, maybe your perspective as well.
So
That's a lot. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'll maybe just start on I agree that I think that is what farmers want. I don't think it's necessarily what utilities want, or folks who are looking to enter a leasing agreement. In part due to just the cost inefficiencies of having too many isolated, small area plots dedicated to solar. Right, you think about the additional transmission infrastructure investment needed for that versus a large plot of land and sort of one trunk line or spur line coming out of that, then I think the cost efficiency gains from the centralized, well, not centralized, but the larger operation are pretty clear. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. There's a lot to be said for economies of scale, with cost efficiencies and things like that. But I wouldn't say that it's not something that we wouldn't look into and consider whether there was an opportunity.
I can tell you from the last IRPs, so a couple things. Farmers first want to make money. So if they can lease 10 acres or they can lease 1,000 acres, they're gonna lease 1,000 acres, as long as it's more lucrative for them than their cash crops. And that's where the food issue you brought up comes in, the conversation around food, which is happening in the agriculture industry. It's not happening in the energy. There have been over, I get the exact number, somewhere between 22 and 26 programs that have been established, that have been routed through the PSC into Georgia Power, into their solar portfolio, their renewable portfolio, that have a variety of different options that farmers, any landowner, commercial, industrial customers, residential customers, that they can provision and get some level of buyback off of. To Justin's point, that's been done all in spite of the fact that the cost of transmission has skyrocketed over the last several years. And so the cost of transmission to serve lots of generation locations versus one big one like Plant Vogel, pretty rough. And so the cost considerations on transmission is becoming more and more top of mind for regulators and for those that, make policy in these areas like us. Because not only has the cost of transmission went up, but now if you've got 100 under 50 megawatt locations across the state, then that cost has also increased as well. The cost of increase of running the RFP system and the management of it and the consolidation of contracts, because we've had dozens of contracts being consolidated since the beginning of the solar program with Georgia Power. So we operate off of an avoided cost system where we try to bring everything in at avoided cost. But now we're starting to have some real conversations around, well, what really is avoided cost?
Southern County's perspective, if I think about 30 years from now, I think we could have a peak load that's 100,000 megawatts. Today it's 40 neighborhood, right? If all of this goes how it might with big data and net zero and all of these things, 100,000 megawatt peak in a net zero world is terrifying. And we would have to figure these demand side things out, I think, personally. So we absolutely are looking into that. But you got to remember, in our territory, the capacity factor of solar is so low that the payback is so long that you're just not seeing a lot of individual customers put it in. So we just don't have a lot of even opportunities to do what you're talking about yet.
I think for me, we've only got a few minutes, and I think I'll try and save a few minutes for Kathy to wrap us up. But there are some opportunities we're talking about here with variable resources like solar and wind that have some minimal aspects in a lot of cases, but aren't dispatchable. And then we've got a lot of other opportunities that people are looking at in syn fuels and new gas plants and things, new nuclear plants even, that are dispatchable. So what's the right focus as far as setting criteria for these demonstrations? Do we need to be focusing on both those things? Do we need to consider a good mix? What are you thinking about there?
So yeah, kind of to answer your previous question that we didn't answer and that one, I think part of this is going to be a really interesting way how you structure your FOA or something. And should it be that someone just comes blindly with their technology solution, or as Rebecca has mentioned, should it be kind of the problems put out there that have real monetary benefits for an industrial, some industry. So the answer to your question is like, if a customer can, if a technology can save, whether it's syn fuels or hydrogen or a clean power plant, if it can save money at an appreciable and improve environmental impacts, it should be thought of as a demonstration system.
All right, with that just gives us a few minutes left. I figure we'd save a little bit to close it out, Kathy, or do you want me to close it out? Up to you.
You go ahead and close it out. I mean, I think all we have to think about is tomorrow's session, so.
Sounds good. So maybe we'll take one last question if we want, and then we'll close it up. Yes, over here.
I really love this diagram. And, what I was wondering about unintended consequences, could it be that one of the other reasons why they come up is we don't know exactly how this everything connects on the right side of the diagram in that complex system. So the question to the panel that I have is, what is it that you think we don't know about the use cases, the projects that you have had on the water and energy nexus? Or do you feel that we know everything, how things are connected, separate scales and across scales? Do you have that sense?
I definitely don't think the second. But I also think that in large part, we don't know what we don't know. And so sometimes it just gets, you've got to start the process to sort of uncover that as you go. Not saying that you shouldn't start off with some understanding of where you're trying to go, but there may be links and pieces that we've got to figure out along the way.
Behavior and policy factors are super important, and having more social scientists at the table to kind of weigh in is also important.
I'll say amen to that. Yeah, I mean, when we look at the amount of change that has happened, just think about the COVID incident or what's happening right now, or any number of disruptions to our normal pace of doing things. It's remarkable how many changes in society occur as a result of that. And so thinking about institutional governance and behavioral issues is pretty critical.
So as an engineer, we're pretty good at, if I can ignore all these other factors, I can give you a solution for this little thing I define right here. And, I think part of what the committee, will be talking about is how do we define the problem very well and holistically so that good solutions can be found. So I just want to say thank you to all the panel members. Thank you to everyone who spoke today. And we'll be getting together tomorrow to really do some brainstorming. I understand stickies will be involved. Is that right? So everybody loves stickies. And just wanted to close it out and say thank you for making the travel. Thank you for bringing your unique perspectives, and we'll see you tomorrow.
And if you talk to me about potentially coming to dinner with the committee, come find me and I'll tell you where to go.
Yeah.
There's a McDonald's 87 miles from here.
Not with us.
As I'm about to run to the airport, so.
Okay, good to see you.